chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome. This is it, the final round of the Grenke Chess Festival 2025, the final round of the Freestyle Chess Open. And have we been treated to just an incredible tournament, and it is set up beautifully with one round to go, because it is a question of, is Magnus Carlsen going to make history and score a perfect 9 out of 9 in the first ever Grenke Freestyle mix, if I can call it that, the hybrid tournament, if I can call it that? There's a really good chance. We can see on the graphic there that he has already won the tournament. We know that, but is he going to score the perfect 100% score, 9 out of 9? We'll still see. Well, that's not the end of the story. And we can see a bunch of players in behind him. Not only are these players fighting for a huge prize fund, but they're also fighting for the ticket to Las Vegas. We can see their first prize is €60,000, 25 points for the Freestyle Grand Slam Chess Tour. But as Magnus has already qualified for Vegas, if you finish second in this tournament, you will win that ticket.
Absolutely.
And Peter, perhaps you can tell us as well. I mean, it's taken us an hour to catch our breath after all the action. I don't know about you. It's just been exhilarating.
Yes, couldn't agree more. An incredibly intense tournament. Yeah, with double runs, crazy challenges on the players, playing the double runs, receiving new positions every single round. And you have to think from the very first move. So there is not a single kind of moment that you can lean back, let me play my favorite opening where I have already played hundreds of games, I feel familiar. No, you have to get go from the very first move. We have seen Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer spending sometimes 10 minutes for their first move to get it right. That's one of the key elements. Magnus Carlsen winning the tournament, but as you just said, the tournament simply starts now because it's all about the grand ticket. And we have the pairings. Look at this.
Yeah. Well, could we have scripted it better? I don't think so. Magnus Carlsen against the local hero. The boy who made his bones here, right here in Karlsruhe a few years ago when as a young 14, was he?
13.
13-year-old. Yes. He won the Open tournament, got a ticket to the main event, and that was the launch pad for what has been an upwards trajectory since then. Vincent Keimer, German #1, one of the greatest players in the world. Peter is his coach and has done an amazing job, and he gets to play Magnus Carlsen in the last round for this tournament. If Vincent wins, it is almost certain that he will get that ticket to Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, because there are the pairings, yeah, and
yes.
Dominguez, Max Todlu, that will be a wild game for sure. Yeah,
that's
whoever
true.
wins will also reach to 7.5, and knowing that so much is at stake, knowing Parham, how creative, how crazy he is, always looking for the biggest street fight. Then we also had Frederick Swanne against Ray Robson.
Well, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, if Frederick wins, then he can also end up on 7.5
He will have completely backdoored this tournament because he wasn't on any of the top boards for the majority of the tournament, and he's probably put together a few wins in a row, and suddenly he's in this amazing position where if he beats Ray Robson, which, let's be honest, that's a very plausible result, suddenly we could be sending Frederick Sverner on a plane to Las Vegas. Is he even old enough to be in Las Vegas? I'm not sure. Is Frederick Sverner 21? I'm not
No, not yet.
He's
no,
not
he's
even.
also 20 years old, the same age with Vincent. So yes, it's a tricky spot. There is still some time till middle of July. Who knows? Maybe Frederick has his birthday. I don't know exactly when.
We'll find that out when his birthday
but
is.
it's kind of crazy. Yeah, he won a very big game against Sindarov in the previous round that we have seen. That was a huge win, and we have this gorgeous playing hall. What a playing hall! Just looking at it, it tells the whole story. 3,000, almost 3,000 people, exactly 2,996 participants in the Grenke Chess Festival, and everybody is eagerly waiting for the final round. And what a pairing! Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. I don't know if people will play their games, or from the opens and everything, everybody will gather and cheer for Vincent.
Well, I mean, I think people are kind of torn on this particular pairing because on one hand, of course, so many Germans want to see Vincent win, get his ticket to Las Vegas and win some tour points. On the other hand, I know I speak for the general, let's say, chess fan club that I want to be there, and I want to say that I saw Magnus Carlsen get 9 out of 9 in one of the strongest tournaments of all time. I want to say I was there. And so I'm also torn because I'm a huge Vincent fan. I'm a huge Magnus fan. I just want chess to win. That's what I want. And I think a lot of these players, look at this. It is Monday evening here in Karlsruhe. It's a completely packed hall. Nearly 3,000 participants. That's not including the spectators. Remember that a lot of these people here in the crowd are just spectators, and it's absolutely amazing that they've made their way here. There is also, I forgot to mention, we should shout out to the German commentary. There's a live German commentary hall as well. I think
Bischoff?
Klaus Bischoff is doing the German commentary.
Definitely.
He's a fantastic commentator.
He's a legend.
Yeah, he's a legend, German legend. There's Jordan van Forest. Hasn't had the tournament, I guess, that he wanted, but hey, he's on board 4 in the final round.
That means it cannot be that bad.
Can't be that bad. He's on 6 points along with Arjun Erigasi. So all of these guys as well, from board 4 downwards on 6 points, and there's a huge group. They are not giving up. There is a huge amount of incentive to try and win this last game, because if you get to 7 points, most likely you're getting sort of 5th, 6th, 7th.
Well, you might actually share second place,
or you might share
well,
second.
because let's not forget there are like 4 players with 6.5. If they draw their games, or they are hoping for Magnus to take care of Vincent, for example, and then we are already only talking about 3 players. Imagine Ray Robson beats Frederick Sverner, and the game between Dominguez and Parham Maxwell lands in the draw. Then we have a tie, crazy tie.
A crazy tie.
On the second, because how many players with 6 points might win their games as well?
Absolutely unbelievable. So many permutations. That's what makes this tournament so exciting. We do know, however, that Magnus Carlsen, regardless of what happens in this last round, even if he loses to Vincent, he will be the winner of this tournament. He will take the 60,000 euro. Not that he really might. That's not his primary objective. I can tell you this now. If he could choose between 9 out of 9 and the 60,000 euro, he would choose the 9 out of 9 every day, because that puts him in the history books. And you know, for somebody who's already achieved so much, for somebody who's won it all, pretty much all, the last thing that he hasn't won is the Freestyle Open with 9 out of 9. So he will be absolutely motivated. And to be honest, as you've also said, he's got a bit of a revenge play here, Magnus, having lost to Vincent in Weissenhaus, right?
Yes, in the semifinals.
In the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. Yeah, Arjun concentrating. Everybody's concentrating. Everybody knows that suddenly there is a chance.
Huge chance.
There is a huge chance, absolutely, because there will be tremendous tension on Lanier and Parham. Yeah, that might be an incredible fight, which ends in a draw at the end of the day, and it opens the way for everyone. It's crazy. The tournament is amazing. What a finale.
Unbelievable finale. And Kudos as well, and congratulations. I want to say this. I tend to say it before the tournament and after the tournament. I'll probably say it one more time. Huge thanks to everybody working behind the scenes to make this tournament happen. It's not just the people you see on camera. It's very much people behind the camera. The people sitting behind us here in the commentary room, all of the production team, all of the local team, the logistics, the people that do the small things that you don't even notice that make this tournament work. So thank you to all of those people. It's a huge effort. Imagine trying to host a tournament of this size, the amount of organization, good organization that's required. So huge congratulations. The tournament has gone absolutely, without any major incidents, no major issues. Everybody I've spoken to has said how much of a delight it's been to play here. So I think the team here at Grenke deserve a huge amount of credit. There is the man on the mic, the man, the myth, the legend, Sven Noppers, who has been the heartbeat of chess in the Karlsruhe, Baden-Baden region for years. And look who he's just introduced. None other than Sagar Shah from Chess Base India. It seems as though Sagar is going to do the honorary picking of the position over with Fiona. All right, we're back. Position 140, and wowzers, this one's a mad one. This one, I think, actually, of all the 9 rounds, is the most insane because we've got just a knight in the middle, a knight on the rim, bishops on weird squares. Peter, your initial impressions of position 140?
Yes, I'm also trying to make some sense. Well, now it's a much bigger challenge for white to, or for any of the sides to castle on the king side, because with the knight from g1 you jump out to f3 and you castle. Here you have to determine your pawn structure. Where do you put that f pawn? We know that Magnus kind of likes to play f3, c3 in this kind of positions, opening up the diagonal for the bishops. But now that the king is involved in all this situation, it's a little bit more tricky. And you also have to give priority to both moves, f3 and c3, to open up. And then what about the center? Yeah, are you fighting for the center right away? We have seen Magnus in very similar situation yesterday, playing the move c3. But there it was also connected that the central d4 move could have been answered with a gambit of e5, which actually happened in a couple of games. And it worked immediately in black's favor. So, I don't know. It's one of those funny things that the knight from e1 is also looking for a square. And if you put the pawn on f3, then you can't really develop the knight to f3. On the other hand, if you develop the knight to f3, what do you do with the bishop on g1? Yes, so there are all kinds of... I would say that on the queen side, the knight on a1, bishop b1 combo is much more easier because you play c3 and then the knight can always jump out to b3 or c2 later on, depending on the structure. And look at this. The clock has just been started, the handshake is on, and Magnus, I believe, true to himself, will spend quite some time.
Yeah, I think this is at least a 5-minute thing, because the first move here, it's not like let's say the previous round where you just knew d4, e4 was the right move.
Yes.
Here, I would say there are probably 5 or 6 candidate moves for the first move. I mean, really, c3, c4, f3, f4 looks a bit loose because...
Yes, f4 is too much, yes.
Yes, but you've got the knight moves, right? A move like knight f3 possible.
Yeah, but then the bishop is not moving, yes. So basically, Yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, so e4, there is again the possibility of a Sicilian with c5.
Yes. I don't like e4.
Yes, and it's not exactly Magnus' style to do something vulnerable like this. Yeah, he highlighted that. Yeah, be careful moving your center pawns, and none of the players so far on the top boards had made a move.
I like d4. I like d4, c3. I like putting the knight from e1 to d3, and then I probably would think about going f3, bishop f2, and castles, something like this.
Yeah, but then you block the bishop on b1. It's
Yeah.
it's a very tricky position. Yes.
Hard, isn't it?
How do you get harmony, and not just harmony, how you are fighting for an advantage? Yeah, it's kind of interesting also to see maybe computer's evaluation, that what is the evaluation of the starting position, yeah, of the computer, because sometimes there are positions which clearly favor white in some way, and there are also positions where black is kind of feeling quite happy. Which position is this?
This is, I think, ironically, of all the 9, the hardest one that we've had. I think of all the rounds.
Yeah, very difficult to understand, yeah, that what kind of strategy is right here, and yeah, Magnus taking his time.
I mean, you would almost be tempted to play h3 here on the first move and sneak the bishop out to h2. The problem is, what do you do against c5? Because suddenly,
Yes.
bishop h2, you'd get taken and then you'd lose. So the first move here is absolutely not clear. I can imagine Magnus playing c3. I can imagine f3. I can imagine f3.
You know that what is my kind of strategy when I'm completely in the dark, that what should I do from the white side? Then I turn the board and think like, if I'm with the opposite color, which move is the move that I'm most afraid of? Yeah, and often this way my brain starts to work in a different way, because otherwise if you look from white's perspective, then you think like, if I do this, then I don't like this, and d4 played by Magnus, the computer kind of agrees with the move. It was also the move that you mentioned, that it looks quite natural to you.
Yes, it does. It does look decent, this move. I quite like it.
Well, the point is that actually black doesn't really have a choice. Playing the move d5 looks almost obligatory, because you just can't let white occupy the center with this construction, with the bishops on g1 and b1. And but if you play the move d5, and if you get the knight out to f6, then once again this bishop on g8 is kind of stuck. I have the feeling that Vincent is very unhappy actually, that he has to deal with this starting position in one of the most critical and most important games in his career. Could we say that to Vincent? Because a ticket to Las Vegas, and knowing that he's on the second position, the overall standing, plus if he would finish here the tournament well, he would gain tremendous amount of new Grand Slam points as well.
No, I think it might be his most important game of his career. I think there's a legitimate, with all the implications of, as you said, Vegas and the tour. Yes, it's not classical chess, but he hasn't had his classical chess moment yet. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Vincent in things like the World Cup, in maybe some Grand Prix, if that ends up happening again, or some big, we have the super tournaments, of course, but being part of some big event. I mean, for me, it's really, the World Cup. I'd like to see Vincent make a run at the World Cup.
Last time he was very close of knocking out Magnus Carlsen. Remember, he won the first game. Yes, it was quite lucky because Magnus was in control, like with black, he equalized without any problems. But then little bit was maybe trying to play for a win. Maybe he got careless. In any case, Magnus made a mistake. Vincent punished him. And then the second game, Magnus was very nervous. He made a mistake which Vincent could have used. And then it's game over and match over. Vincent missed that chance. Magnus equalized the match and then went on to knock him out in the tie breaks.
So here's a question. You're working with Vincent. What does Vincent want to achieve? Of course, I understand he's a very ambitious player. He wants to be world champion. What's next for him? What would he love to do, like the next step, the progression in his career?
Well, I think that he needs experience. He needs time to work on the openings more and more. Yeah, because on the highest level, every single detail matters. The flexibility of being able to play different kind of openings. I think that in this regard, Vincent is still a little bit limited, because let's not forget he was going to school. Yeah, and that's a real kind of difference compared to him and, for example, the Gukesh, yeah, or Alireza. I just cannot imagine Alireza, for example, spending any time in school. Yeah, so he was working like 12 hours a day, and I know Vincent was spending 8-10 hours a day with his school business. Yeah, so it's a completely different scenario.
So to be clear then,
that's why freestyle suits him so well, because there is no opening. He can just rely on his talent, his feel for the game, the feel for the pieces, the harmony. And that's why I believe that he's already here capable of fighting against the absolute best on absolute equal terms, while in classical chess still he needs a little bit of time to achieve that.
so to be totally clear then, Vincent at the moment is not at university.
Yeah, not anymore.
Nothing.
But he only became professional at the age of 17 and a half.
Right. So he is full-time now. Of course, I mean, look, he's already done extremely well this year on the freestyle tour alone. I mean, he's made hundreds of thousands of dollars, so he's earning a very decent salary, so he can support himself in that sense. Of course, he's got a lot of other support as well, sponsorship and whatnot. So I think it's absolutely correct that he's chosen this as a career path, and the sky is the limit. I really wouldn't be surprised to see him as world champion one day. I just wouldn't be surprised. I think he's got the maturity. I think he's got the temperament. I think he's got the talent. I think he's got the work ethic. I think he's got the correct team and the support. And
but there are enough concurrents. That's the point. Yeah, it's not easy to become world champion.
It's not. But I think he will have a shot one day. I don't know when that day will be, but I would be very surprised not to see Vincent challenging for the world crown at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. I would be very surprised. Anyway, he hasn't moved yet. That's absolutely normal, and he's just thinking about what he wants to do. What other moves apart from d5 are there? Well, I look at this. c6 looks like a legitimate move, although you have to then ask yourself, well, do I want to give white the center and allow him to play e4? Or probably c4 there actually would be the move. I'm not sure.
Well, I think he will probably play the move d5, I'm expecting.
But let me tell you the move that I would play in this position, Peter. Okay? No.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Spoiler alert. We switched on the board on the right side and the machine was running. Now, if we get the move pawn to h5 here, I will eat this piece of paper with all the questions we've got prepared for a special guest soon in front of everybody. If h5 is played, I promise you this paper's gone. It's being digested. The odds of h5 being played, Peter, are?
0.
0%?
Yes, absolutely. Oh my God. Yes, no h5. This
I don't even get it.
Pardon me, but I just can't stop laughing. Yes, this is a move
but it's a brilliant move.
Will never ever, well, maybe for a computer, but...
Because c4, h4 the computer wants, and it wants to cramp because the castling short and the pawn on h4.
Well, I can tell you that if somebody plays a move like h5, then first of all, you call the arbiter that, wait a second, there is something fishy here. And the second one that disqualifies this move is the coach. Yeah, he will just tell you that, no, this is not the way how we play chess. If it is from the white side, then h4 could be a possibility because, okay, yes, but not with black and never against d4. Yeah, Vincent opts for d5. It's the natural move. It also puts some pressure on white in a sense that there is no easy next move, right? That you have to make up your mind that what do you do? Do you give priority to the knight on e1, yeah, that you want to develop? You want to play a move like f3, open up that bishop, but then you also determine the pawn structure. So in this regard, I feel that maybe now it's the little moment for black to relax because you kind of like pass the ball back to white's court and see that how Magnus will react. And Magnus is about to play a move and knight b3, spoiler alert, top engine move, knight b3. Just, you know, whenever we see Magnus's game, and maybe the public is thinking like, yes, we are always covering Magnus's game, we are always praising him and so on, but how can you not praise him? That he senses the essence of this position as well, that d4, d5. I don't have any exactly clear second move. Yeah, I don't know if I want to play c3, I don't know if I want to play f3, don't know if I want to develop the knight from d3, but probably the same applies to my opponent. He also doesn't know what to do. Then what do? I simply develop the knight that I anyway have to develop on b3 and pass it back to Vincent that, can you do the mirroring? Please figure it out. After knight b6, I have knight c5 hitting the pawn on b7. Let me just put it on the board. And after knight c5, then black is forced and obliged to play the move knight d6. Now, yes, one could argue that this is kind of a symmetrical position. Do you remember the game just a couple of hours ago between Vincent and Yesipenko,
Yes,
where there were all these knight dances? It looked like, aha, both players are playing brilliant chess, nice maneuvering, and all of a sudden white was clearly better. Yeah, these type of positions are extremely tricky.
They absolutely are. And, well, I also agree with Peter, what you said before, because I guess we're getting, I don't check the chat of the stream, but yes,
we don't have time to check it.
Oh, we don't have time to check the chat, but it's not just that. It's just, if people in the chat are saying, well, we're praising Magnus Carlsen, the guy is on 8 out of 8, okay? Let's just take a step back. He's on 100% in a tournament that features Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, Arjun, Vincent, you know, the list goes on. We're talking, he's not playing the local Oslo Congress with his buddies Odin and Askild, who have just gone out on a Friday night. He's playing the top players in the world. Credit where credit, you've got to give credit where credit is due. The guy is on 8 out of 8. He's put in an historic performance. We're talking about one of the greatest performances of all time. And so I believe, yes, we are allowed to do it. And yes, also just because the accuracy, as Peter said,
exactly,
the accuracy of his play in positions that he's never seen before is unbelievable. His feel for how freestyle works is second to none. And for that, he deserves enormous praise. All right, well, perhaps what we can
bird's eye view, yeah?
Let's have the bird's eye view. Let's see the other boards, because we are going to be keeping a keen eye on all of the other top boards, because we have got this enormous amount of prize fund to play for and that ticket to Las Vegas. So we will bring that up when we can. For the moment, I guess we will just keep here and look at this position with Vincent thinking.
Yeah, Vincent is thinking. He knows that actually one inaccuracy against Magnus can be actually fatal. And we see many d4s. Yeah, it's kind of very thematic. And breaking news, Caruana Tabatabai. The point is that Tabatabai is a newcomer to freestyle. He doesn't know this, but c4, f6, c5, this is a thematic kind of reaction that the players during that 10 minutes discussion prior to the game in the Grand Slam are always debating that if white gets a pawn to c5 or f5 in a construction like this, the knight on a8 or a knight on h8, then this is extremely strong. So I believe Fabio already thinks like, wow, thank you very much, I got a clear advantage, the rest is a matter of technique.
Wow. Yeah, he's run that c-pawn up the board, and one pawn is dominating two knights. That is pawn efficiency. I mean, if you're ever looking at domination as a topic in chess, and you're, of course, dominating with your pawns, if you can dominate two pieces at the same time, you're probably on to a winner. Look at that pawn on c5 in the Caruana game. The knight on a8 trapped, the knight on e8 trapped. One pawn. And of course, the other point is that if you play a move like b6, trying to undermine it, Fabi's just going to go b4. He's just going to protect his pawn. And I think Tabatabai, I think the move f6 is probably just an error. I think you have to play c5. Yes. After c4, I've seen a lot of the positions there. They're going c4 and now c5, preventing this pawn moving up the board. So well done, Fabi. for noticing this.
Yeah, well, this is for him. It's like this scholar mate. Yeah, bishop c4, queen f3, queen takes f7. That in this position, c4, c5 is a threat. After white plays the move c4 with the knight on a8, especially with the knight on e8 as well. So this is a horror scenario for Tabatabei. But okay, what else do we have? Rapport played c4, c5, h4. We talked about this h4, and look at this. The computer hates it now that it is played after c4, c5. In the Magnus game, we have seen after first move d4 was considering h5 as the best possible reply.
Amazing.
Which actually means that first move h4 is probably a decent move, but after c4, c5, h, and this is a thematic. Look at Lekvanglia against Sarana. Also features c4, c5, h4, h5.
Yeah, and the thing you've got to figure out is why the computer hates it with the pawns on c4 and c5 and why it liked it with the pawns on d4 and d5. So there is some nuance there that needs to be discovered, but very, very interesting.
And Vincent played the move f6. I'm liking it. It's kind of a Magnus type of move. Yeah, just slowly opening up the bishop, also not mirroring your opponent. I have noticed that actually Vincent is not the player who likes to do the mirroring, and even we have seen in the Paris Grand Slam that there were many players playing the same lines, like 4 or 5 boards featured exactly the same things. He was thinking for 5-8 minutes, and then maybe people at home could be thinking, okay, Vincent is very smart, he's waiting for the other players to show their cards where the game is going. No, what did he do? First move he played something different. Yeah, he always likes to have his own ideas, and when we ask him in the in our broadcast afterwards, after the game, and he says that I don't even like to watch other games, and I don't really care about it because I know that they also don't know what's going on, so I prefer to play according to my feelings.
Absolutely. We will keep an eye out for board 3. Board 3 is just the Frederick Svanna has just come from nowhere to be right in contention for all the big prizes. It's quite extraordinary. And he's playing against Ray Robson, who, of course, is a very talented player. But Frederick, riding high on his momentum, you would be mad to bet against Frederick with the white pieces today against Ray Robson. Frederick has got a legitimate chance to finish this tournament on 7.5, and that would be his best ever tournament by some stretch, I think. I mean, he's had some amazing tournaments already. But for there to be 2 Germans in the mix on board 1 and board 3, I think the local organizers are going to be over the moon. German chess is in a really good place. You've got the Svanna brothers, you've got Keimer, you've got Bluebaum, you've got Kollars, Donchenko, this group of guys that are, they're in such a short age range as well. They're all from 20 to maybe 27 or something like that. I don't think Alexander Donchenko is 27 or 28, is he? Might be by now.
He's something like 25, 26.
Yeah, but basically, let's call it 20 to 30. You've got a group of 6 or 7 players in Germany that are going to be the foundation for the German national team for the next 20 years. And that's, of course, is on the assumption that there's not going to be another Vincent Keimer that pops up, which is always a possibility.
Well, there is Leonardo Costa, who is actually doing very well.
Right.
Yes, he is extremely talented. Also, Marius Dyer is there, but okay, for the moment they are still young. I think Leonardo is fighting in the A group of the Grenke Classic Open. I haven't seen the results from today, so I don't know exactly, but he was in the mix. I think it was half a point behind the leaders. So maybe at some point, because it's the last round, we should also keep an eye at least on the situation there out of respect, because they are also fighting like crazy, double runs, and not many good players there, but of course all the superstars are here, so this is our absolute main focus. And talking about focus, look at this.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. What is this move?
Which one?
Magnus Carlsen has jumped in with the knight.
Yes, exactly, knight c5. I wanted to highlight as well. It's a very interesting kind of move because he always wants to provoke b6 and go knight a6 and capture the bishop. That would be automatically good news for him. So he's kind of saying that knight d6 is obligatory, right? Knight b6 is obligatory, but even then black is not starting yet to play b6 because of knight a6. This will be his eternal idea, and there is some unpleasant pressure there on Vincent already.
I mean, this is amazing that you can spend 1, 2, 3, 4 tempi with the knight just to capture the bishop, because your claim is that that bishop is so essential in this configuration.
Well, if you want, we can go to that game.
Let's go there.
And just quickly to see the updates, because the knight had to jump to d6, protecting the pawn on b7. And there are different kind of ways to play the position. I was actually thinking humanly about the move h3, bishop h2. Yeah, intuitively, getting the bishop on the diagonal as you also wanted right from the beginning. We still have here the engine running, and the engine actually says, well, the idea is great, but if you already pushed the pawn, if you want to push the pawn, why don't you push to h4, which can even grab more space with h5? So I believe if Magnus will push the h-pawn, he might push it all the way to h4.
I think he's going to play it. I really do. I think it makes a load of sense. You need to develop the bishop on g1 anyway. He already knows about this cramping effect when the pawn gets to h5 versus an early f6 push. So h4 makes perfect sense, especially if b6, knight a6 is still in the air. And then you can continue development. Bishop h2, knight f3, you can castle short. And at some moment, Magnus is probably going to think about playing b3, c4, or c3, e4, or some sort of break in the center there makes a lot of sense. And the e6 square is very weak, so you've got to be careful, because if you just allow the knight to sit on c5 for the whole game, at some point you're going to have to address the fact that e6, landing on e6 is a serious option. So I gotta say,
I'm worried for Vincent.
I'm worried for Vincent.
Yes.
Here. Yeah.
I'm worried for Vincent. On one hand, I was very happy that, okay, yes, you should not be worried to play against Magnus Carlsen. First of all, I've always had the philosophy and the attitude that I love to play against a player who is winning all his games. Yeah, some people might think like, wow, I don't want, the guy is in brilliant form, he's 6 out of 6, better I avoid it. My personal feeling was that I always want to play with this person because I feel like there is absolutely no pressure on me. Yeah, but if I stop him, then I become a hero automatically, right? So there is this kind of feeling. The only problem is that here in freestyle chess, you can end up in some trouble, and we have already seen Magnus playing his games and getting the upper hand very early on. Vincent needs to find a way to survive the opening and then take it from there, because we have seen what Max Odlu has done to Magnus, right? Magnus got the upper hand. He also felt like, okay, the knockout punch is somewhere very near, very close, but he couldn't find it, and there wasn't probably any direct knockout. And then Max Odlu managed to somehow create chances for himself because the position was just so complex and complicated.
Absolutely. Indeed, yes. And
yeah, well, one of the ideas is knight b6, knight d7. Yeah, if we have time to get this knight to d7, asking the knight on c5 that, wait a second, what are you doing? Because who knows, knight takes c5, d takes c5 in some circumstances might be very good for black. Some circumstances it might be wrong, but definitely it will be hanging in the air, this kind of thing. So I feel that Magnus needs to be very energetic in the next couple of moves, and that's exactly the reason why honestly, I was looking at h3, knight b6.
I also like h3.
And then bishop h2, and this case, if black plays the move knight d7, then I kind of somehow assumed that the b7 pawn will be weak. Now I see we are checking with the computer that in fact bishop takes d6 is clearly not a problem, because then after c d6, white is unable to capture the pawn on b7 because of queen b6. But this was the first thing that came to my mind, that wait a second, h3, bishop h2 can maybe hinder the knight d7 kind of development. Then you not, and h4, exactly. And then you come up that with, if you are thinking about the h pawn, then why not h4? Magnus Carlsen. So Vincent is not playing against Magnus Carlsen, he plays against a machine.
Basically just playing the best moves. And it's very difficult to beat somebody who always plays the best moves, in my experience. Very, very tough. I mean, it's extraordinary. And it's the process of elimination for Magnus, of getting to that move, right?
Yes.
He understands that, okay, he has to improve the position. There are still a lot of moves you can consider. And then he comes as well, I need to develop the bishop. Should I put the pawn on h3? Well, actually, the pawn on h4 works better. All of these improvements, double check that Vincent doesn't have anything. And then you go with the move. And Vincent already a little stressed, it feels like. He's okay, but there's a little bit of stress there. And Magnus with his glass of water. The days of the orange juice are over. Do you remember he always used to have that orange juice?
Always, yes.
Yeah.
Also in Vachier-Lagrave, I think he always came with a bag and a big bottle of orange juice which he put in the fridge. And everybody knew that that's Magnus's.
Breaking news. Board 7. My word. Now, if that's correct, we've got to go there. Let's go there straight away, Peter. Board 7. Kamsky-Aronian. It's wrong. I beg your pardon. Sorry, guys. Got excited. Kamsky-Aronian. I thought, Levon Aronian losing in 7 moves to Kamsky? What world are we living in? But apparently it is not right. Also, they're way off the pace, right? I mean, Levon...
Yes. Levon, at least, he already gave up 2.5 points, I believe, prior to then. I think he won the first, but this is just not enough.
Yeah.
He's having then 5.5 points.
I will say, Bibisara Asobayeva, the top-performing lady of this event, by some distance, I believe. I've always seen her there or thereabouts on the top boards. She was an inch away from beating Fabiano Caruana, if it weren't for a horrible blunder in round 2, was it, or round 1?
Yes, it was round 2.
Round 2. So Bibisara, just an awesome talent, awesome talent.
And wait a second, breaking news, maybe the shortest ever game in freestyle chess, Darda versus Chopin. We talked about it, that it's impossible to make a draw in freestyle. Well, they managed to find some repetition, or I don't know exactly how this game could have ended in.
I don't know. I don't know Chopin, where Chopin is from.
I guess from the Netherlands, no?
Netherlands or Belgium, and their Darda's from Belgium, so maybe they're friends for all we know. I don't know. Of course, we don't encourage or endorse any short draws. We believe that you should be fighting until the very end and playing every game. But they made a draw, and I'm assuming it's according to the regulations, so fair play. If they want to make a draw, they've got to make their way back to Antwerp. I don't know if he lives. I love Belgium, by the way.
It's amazing. Yes.
Great little place.
Yes, I have only been in Brussels so far, but I really loved it, and the people are very kind.
Leuven, where the Grand Chess Tour took place
Looked
a few
amazing.
years ago.
I saw the pictures.
Beautiful little place. Beautiful.
Yes.
Leuven.
They played in the City Hall, I think.
It's
amazing. The amazing building.
Played in the City Hall and was really, really nice. Leuven, highly recommended.
Well, what I don't like, not only the position, that Magnus is very comfortably walking back and forth. It's kind of the indication, and I think that as an opponent sitting opposite to him and you are thinking, you are getting kind of irritated, that the guy plays brilliant moves because you feel the pressure. Yeah, of course, Vincent doesn't know the computer evolution. He plays the move a5. I was thinking about this move a5 in order to get b6 in to kick that knight away, but will he have time? Is this effective enough, this operation? That's a big question. By now, I'm also closing the engine. I don't want to see the engine at all. Let's just enjoy the game. a5 with the idea of going b6, kicking that knight away, thinking that if the knight moves back to d3, then white will also have some discomfort because actually the knight on d3 doesn't stand well. So what is your feeling, that is there some special justification, or Vincent will be able to kick that knight away?
Well, I think he will, and I think it's very important to point out as well that the point is that, let's say white goes bishop h2, you go b6, you can't really go knight a6 because now you don't win the bishop goes to a7, and suddenly your knight is trapped. It's a weird one because there's no actual way of trapping that knight because the very funny configuration.
Yeah, crazy configuration, but okay, long term this is kind of dubious, yeah, this knight on a6. At least that's the impression that we are getting humanly.
Yes.
Before closing the engine, and that's why I rushed to close it, I did see that the computer mentioned that b6 knight a6 is kind of the idea for white, but okay, come on, give us a break. It will also be very tough for Magnus to even come up with this because it's a very committal decision.
Yeah.
If it backfires, it might cost the game.
Absolutely.
So h4 a5 on the board.
I actually think there's a good chance that we see...
You mean, is there a professional way to deal with this, yeah?
Professional way. Whenever I think of you saying that, I think of Levon Aronian. I think he was the guy who has championed this term. And what it means is just a low-risk, low-variance route rather than going crazy. Just, you don't always have to play the best move, objective best move in a position. Sometimes you can play a move that gives you no headaches, but you can still maintain your advantage. And that's an important thing to remember. So I was just wondering if and forgive me, is there any value in actually retreating the knight to d3, anticipating b6, and saying, okay, I'm going to play knight 5 to d3?
No, but I think you have to wait for this b6, because actually b6 has also horrible consequences for black, yeah, that the knight on a8 will be stuck. Yeah, so first of all, we can use a tempo, yeah, wait for b6, then we're going to move. However, the question is that if, for example, white makes a standard move, for example, the move c3, then after b6, knight d3 back, black might be able to push c5 and black grabs the initiative. So based on this, I would not rule out the possibility that actually Magnus is thinking about this computer kind of possibility, putting the knight on a6, parking it on a6, and hoping that, yes, the combination of bishop h2, knight a6, and then maybe some quick b3, c4 or something like this could actually work. But this is so sophisticated, so difficult, and we even don't know how good it is. That's another kind of point.
Tough position strategically here. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
I like a5.
I like a5.
I really like, because it also caused a little bit the bluff, yeah, that was Magnus maybe, trying to intimidate Vincent by thinking like, okay, b6, I always going to go knight a6. I'm putting pressure on h4, and he goes bishop h2. The moment of truth is very near, because it's obvious that Vincent will play the move b6. There is no other justification of going a5. And look at this. Yeah, Vincent is really, what's happening after b6? He will play b6 quickly. He already spent quite some time. Yeah, he plays b6 with confidence, kicks that knight out, and now all eyes on Magnus, how he will react to this move and how quickly. And he goes back to this. Yeah, he's human. Okay, very nice. He's human after all. He goes back to d3, but then all this h4, bishop h2 doesn't make such a great impression anymore. Black gets very nice kind of coordination.
I think you play c5 quite quickly here as black, don't you?
Well, it's a question that can you play the move c5, or do you just play like bishop f7? But you're absolutely right. Like also after c3 that I illustrated, the main question is what happens after c5? Can black try to grab space? And who knows, yeah, because the white knights are overloaded here. Yes, one could argue that now that the bishop found the way towards the h2 b8 diagonal, then you can put the knight on f3, but this f6 pawn, I feel like this f6 pawn is very much Magnus' spirit. He would love to be black as well here.
I think so. I think Vincent has taken over here the initiative. So knight cd3 a mistake. Impossible to play knight a6.
Yes,
though,
exactly. Let's just turn on any, because we will not be able to explain why this is good or what. But now that the move has not been played, we can just very quickly have a look. All right. Okay, look at this. Knight a6, bishop a7. The computer actually tells you that you can play different kind of moves. All right, but which one? And computer says that you anyway can never trap this, and probably after pushing something, the c pawn c6 or c5, you will have to trade it. And yeah, Vincent plays c5 and he grabs the initiative. Wow. After 6 moves to overtake the initiative, kind of, and Magnus plays the move c3. Okay, Magnus now on the defensive. By the way, the computer also now slightly corrected himself. What I'm getting here is just maximum 0.28 kind of advantage, which with the knight on a6, and you don't know, that's not a life insurance. Yeah, that who knows, maybe black has time for c6, queen d7, queen b7, and it's game over. You have to design. This is crazy. So okay, Magnus opted back to d3. I can't call it a mistake. It's like almost humanly the natural way of thinking, but then I'm already not 100% getting his idea, because this one, I can just play a move like bishop f7, very solid kind of stuff. Wow.
Yep, I don't like it. I think Vincent, wow. Vincent winning this round would be quite the story. It would be quite the story. He's a long way away from winning, though, let's just be honest. And
yeah, it just started, but at least he solved his opening problems.
Absolutely.
One cannot blame it already on the unfortunate starting position. Whatever, this is a game where he gets all the chances to fight for everything.
And look, there is a head-to-head of Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. They have played 5 games in classical chess. This is not a freestyle chess head-to-head. So we've got 4 wins for Magnus, 1 win for Vincent. And you can see there who they've played this tournament. And with white, Magnus has got a 2-0 score over Vincent in classical chess. I guess that will include when Vincent was very, very young.
Well,
right?
yes, the 2019
Right.
Grenke Classic tournament, that game, the very first round where actually Vincent was winning. The 14-year-old Vincent was actually dominating that game against Magnus, but then Magnus, with his incredible experience, somehow turned the tables, and in a 7 hours game, he grind down Vincent, and he won that.
And c4, I was wondering about this move.
Quite quickly, Vincent played the move c4.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
To my taste, it's a little early, but okay, it's a normal move. Yeah, c4, knight f4, grabbing space. Maybe anyway, black would have had to play c4 next. Magnus was heading towards the f4 square with his knight, and then c4 would have followed. Okay, a move like bishop f7, very natural.
Yeah, but somehow I agree with you. I'm not so sure about releasing this tension so fast here. It feels as though white has got quite natural development now. Knight comes to f3. You can castle. You can then put the knight on d2. Maybe break with e4 at the right moment. It feels. I'm not a fan of c4 actually. I think it's a little bit.
Not a fan, yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of it.
But Vincent played quite quickly, yeah, so probably he's happy about it.
Sure.
Because otherwise you don't commit this move so quickly if you are unsure of the consequences. Now the big question, what are the consequences? Because you highlighted knight f3, knight d2 and then e4, but whenever you go knight f3, knight d2, you also have to reckon with e5.
That's true.
Because then d5 is not hanging anymore.
That is true.
So the big question for me is that, for example, can black play the move bishop f7 and then try to castle quickly, because I'm not 100% sure then this h5, queen c2, for example, this pressure can be very unpleasant. If we think about this pressure and we don't want to castle, then already humanly the question appears, then why do we play the move bishop f7, right? We have also some other pieces to take care of. Well, I would argue that the bishop on b8 stands perfectly, so I don't want to move it. But what about the knight on a8? And then the question is knight c7 at all improving my position? I don't think so, because it blocks the bishop. So then b5, knight b6 kind of development would be natural, but what does it really do to the position? So let's forget about computer evaluation. We have seen that at the beginning computer was excited for white because of all these knight a6 ideas. Now the computer suddenly prefers black, but humanly speaking this is just a very complex, very difficult strategical position.
Totally agree. Totally agree with that summary. Let's do a quick bird's eye view, shall we, of the rest of the positions. And wow, I mean, Svana against Robson is almost symmetrical, so not really much to discuss there. If Ray Robson plays knight to b6, we have a totally symmetrical position. But Jordan van Forest has botched this opening completely. It looks as though Arjun has got the whole world there. He's going to go g6, f5 and squeeze Jordan. Jordan's don't like what he's done there at all. I mean, that
not at all. And you might think like, what did we just say, or what did I say? That the white pawn on c5 against knight on a8 and knight on d7 is so powerful, and then suddenly white does it in this game and it doesn't work. Well, every position is different. Now the move c5 was played after d4, d5, c4, c6. Against the Slav, white pushed the pawn to c5, so black's pawn was already on d5. If we compare it with the Caruana game with Tabatabai, then look at this. The c5 pawn, when black opted for d5, was captured with en passant on d6. C takes d6. And this way, Fabi is trying to destroy black's pawn structure. Now also d takes e5, f takes e5 structure is kind of very thematic. Then just maybe h3, bishop h2 to come out with the pieces like this. It looks promising for white. But we know Tabatabai is also an incredible fighter. So this is just the beginning of that game. What else do we have? Rapport's position is somewhat liked by the computer, but it's just the beginning. Black has played the move bishop e5, asking, do you play knight c2, then I'm going to grab the exchange with bishop b2. Then you lose an exchange, or you call it an exchange sacrifice, or you go d4, and after cd bishop d4, there is some direct confrontation in the center. For example, takes e5 followed by d5, and then try to evaluate this. That isn't black just completely okay? Any game that you want to check out, because now the Vincent game has slowed down.
The Vincent game has slowed down. It's very difficult to look past the first few moves, the first few boards, because on board, we're so curious about who's going to get that Las Vegas ticket. Unfortunately, there's just not very much to talk about in the Svana Robson game, so I think we can just
for the moment, we can ignore that. That might heat up later, but for example, Dominguez Maxrod looks like a very double-edged, very interesting kind of position that is full of life, and draw is kind of the most unlikely result of this structure.
Absolutely. And I think Parham is going to be gunning for a victory here. I think, when he lost to Magnus in the way he did yesterday, and the disappointment, we all saw it on the camera. I think he said to himself, do you know what? I played a really great game. It was so complex. I can't be too hard on myself. Let's get myself together. I know he's here with his wife, and probably she said some nice supportive words. He regrouped overnight, and he's come back with a bang today because he played a really nice game against Bluebaum in round 8, just completely crushed Mateus, and he's thinking, okay, I can do the same. It doesn't matter that I got black. Yes, I'm playing Lenier. Yes, Lenier is a solid, reliable, just a, stalwart of chess, but there's no reason if I can't get a bit of dynamism, not getting this symmetrical structures, there's no reason I can't beat him. So Magsudlu is, and I like h4 by Lenier, and Magsudlu...
this is an old
This is an old... This is a
picture.
still, yeah.
Yeah, this is not...
It would be very impressive for Lenier to maintain that pose for the past minute without moving.
Yes.
I mean, there's a legitimate new career for him. There we go. That's the live.
Yes, that's the live board. Yeah, otherwise, this d4, b5.
You know those guys, Peter, that when you go down some high streets or when you go down some main streets in Europe, there's the guys that are standing as statues.
Exactly, yes, standing. Eternally standing.
Eternally standing.
Yeah, how do they do that?
How do they do it?
Is there a trick?
Well, it's just an enormous amount of practice. Enormous, and they're just standing there for hours. How?
Yeah, very impressive.
It's just incredibly impressive.
Always find it super impressive. But here the game between Lenny and Parham is very special. After d4, of course, if you ask me which move Parham will play, somehow the move b5 would have been maybe one of my first candidates. It's just so much Parham to disbalance the position, try to create some craziness. His idea is that, okay, if you don't do anything, I'm gonna place the knight on b6, and if I get the knight to b6, then I don't mind if you occupy the center with e4. I will fight it in some way, I guess Parham way. I don't know, it's not my style. So d4, b5, c4 happened by Lenier. Somewhat surprising move, showing respect for b5. Yeah, that after b takes c, rook takes c4, knight b6, losing a tempo like this with rook c1. On the other hand, he opens up the position. Yeah, the pawn on c7, it goes only to c6. And now he combines. And actually it means that Lenier will not castle in this game.
Right.
Believe me, he will keep his king on f1. The knight will go to f3. He wants to develop the knight to b3. Go h5, bishop goes to h2. f6 played by Magsudlu. Also very reasonable. According to Magnus's philosophy, this is solid. As Magnus highlighted and revealed to us the big secret, often moving the d and e pawns are actually weakening the position very much.
There you go, and Lenier Dominguez on your screen from a place of enormous chess tradition in Cuba. Some of the greatest players of all time have come from there. Of course, they've had a world champion, José Raúl Capablanca.
And I played in the Capablanca Memorial in Cienfuegos in '97.
There you go.
It was fantastic. It was amazing feeling.
Great tournament. I've been there a few times.
Yeah, because that's also like a festival. There are 4 groups.
There are.
A, B, C, and D. The D was the mixed. And I remember that an unrated, 13-year-old Bruzon appeared there. And
That's right.
then he also reached almost to 2700, 2690 or something was his peak.
No, he got over 27.
He got over 27
I'm pretty
even.
sure,
yeah, okay, a brilliant strategist. And the
Yes.
point was that actually they asked me to play a game with him. I played a blitz game. I played a little strange opening because, okay, I saw the young boy and he played brilliantly. I was slightly worse than, okay, somehow I managed to squeeze out the victory, and he cried after the game. And I felt like, okay, excuse me, I'm a 2600 plus so-called prodigy. Yeah, I'm 17 years old, but why is he crying? But it already showed that he had the will that, yes, I can fight against anyone.
Yeah, of course, both of them now live in the U.S. Both of them now live in St. Louis. I think both are actually in St. Louis. No, I know Lenier for sure is in St. Louis. I think Bruzon is also in St. Louis, of course, with the attraction of of playing there and starting a new life there, you can't blame them. He's both of them are fantastic players in their own right. And Bruzon was at Webster University.
Wow.
Yeah, Bruzon was at Webster University, and Lenier has also just had. I caught up with him the other day. He's got 2 kids now. He's just got a new baby, 1 year old or so. So he's got. He's happy being dad, doing dad duties as well. But the family has stayed back home. They've not accompanied him to this tournament. Yes.
Yeah, to come for a 5 days tournament.
It's too
Yes.
much.
Actually, I asked Lenny, because I joined you for
Yes.
like 2 minutes or
Yes.
3 minutes. Yeah, that how is life, how is everything, and how is jet lag? Yeah, because I knew that he came here. If you travel all the way from the U.S. to play in the Grenke Open, it means that you are very serious about it. Yeah, you want to perform well, and it's a little bit tricky, but I came yesterday early in the morning. I'm trying to adjust and so on. Well, we have seen that he adjusted quite quickly because he's showing brilliant chess, just as we know he's capable of.
I mean, he also would be maybe not my. If I had to choose an indestructible team, let's say an Olympiad team where I want to minimize the losses. I want a team where I'm going to score 0 losses or close to. He'd be in my team. He'd be in my top 5 globally.
But you know what I want to say, if you already mentioned this topic about teams and
Yes.
the US, we are talking and so on, what I feel like is the big problem of the US team. Because if you look at the lineup, it's a stellar lineup.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Galactico.
Yes, amazing. But what is the problem with this team?
Tell me.
That all the players should actually play on the first board. All of them,
Right.
because they all belong there. Yeah, Lenier was representing Cuba on the first board, playing always brilliantly. Levon Aronyan with Armenia, crushing everyone. Yeah, winning 3 Olympiads. Wesley So, okay, when I played with him for the very first time in Istanbul Olympiad, he represented the Philippines. He was just 16 years old or something and was already a beast. Yeah, and Fabio, of course, belongs also on first board. Yeah, he was in fact first board of Italy. Yeah, so all this together, I always feel like it's just so awkward to look at Levon and Lenier and thinking about who will play board 3 and 4. I think that's one of their problems, despite that they have tremendous atmosphere. Yeah, there is no tension between them. I just feel that you can't do justice because all of them belongs to the first board.
That's interesting. It reminds me a bit of the dilemma that the England football team had about 10 years ago. Do we play Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes? Who do we play?
Too many good guys for the same position, right?
We can't play Gerrard and Lampard at the same time. And then we need somebody who's a bit more creative, a bit more this, a bit of winger. And I remember this conversation. How do we structure it? Nowadays, I think they tried the diamond formation. We tried everything. So I totally understand what you're saying. They've just got almost too many good players.
Too many too good players.
Too many
yes.
too good players.
Exactly.
In fact, the U.S.B team would be a medal candidate for sure.
For sure, yes, absolutely.
The U.S.B team is huge. I mean, we're not even talking about the guys that are like the likes of Shankland, who can put in, a
for example,
lifetime
Shankland,
performance.
whenever he played on the team on board 4, he was crushing it.
He won the gold medal, right?
Yeah, he won the gold medal many times. He was the motor and everything. Yeah, this many times it's not about just the rating and like this, but about how do you fit on which board. It's very special and it's a lot of psychology involved as well. But okay, back to the tournament. We have enough to talk about, but I think that it was an interesting
of course,
topic to mention because our chess fans are probably happy to get any kind of insights, and I was very happy to share my feelings about this.
Naturally. The Iranian team, it's experiencing a bit of a rebirth here. We've got Parham, we've got Tabatabai, these two guys.
Well, and there is a new 13-year-old, or maybe by now it's 14 years old, who was, I think, already on the list. By the way, Sasha Grishchuk was their captain at the Budapest Olympiad. And it's nice to see that, yes, it's not just this generation, but they are coming. In my times, the Iranian team, the top board was Gayan Magami. Yeah, he was the famous player back then. I don't know exactly what he's doing. Maybe he's also coaching, giving his expertise. But right now, yeah, we see Tabatabai, he's together with Max Todlu, I think traveling for how many years already, touring in Europe, playing all these tournaments. And he also was over 2,700 just recently, a year ago, or year and a half.
Yeah, they could still be a very dangerous team, despite, of course, losing Ali Reza, which is, well, a huge loss, of course, but they could still be a future challenger to medals and crowns and all kinds of stuff. Fabi.
Yeah, they got very unlucky also at the Olympiad. They had very tough pairings and everything, lost the last round and fall back, but actually the team was fighting. I always feel a lot of sympathy for teams who were there on the top, played against all the strong guys, and then just at the wrong moment fall back. Yeah, if there would be 2 more runs, they would win 2 matches and they would be back where they belong. Yeah, it happened also to us and happened to many other teams before. But yeah, we have Fabi. Let's check it out. What's happening on this game? Because this was the game where c4, c5 was allowed by Tabatabai, and by now probably he regrets it. According to computer, he's fighting back. I want to kind of see what happened here. So it was c4. We are thinking, and we have seen in many other boards, that Black had answered it with c5. Probably Tabatabai felt like, all right, I can play f6 and I'm going to go c5 next, yeah, because this is so counterintuitive that white moves that pawn one more time. And the point is that c5, actually, when I, for the very first time, realized that according to computer, this is a good move in such positions, is that, but it gives up the d5 square, and I can break this. It's coming too far. It's advancing way too far, but also white has this lovely rook on c1 lining up for the pawn. So f6, c5, and this is kind of a new freestyle chess theory, yeah, that one has to really be aware of. d5, cd, we see the en passant. Knight d6, d4, e5, d takes e5, f e5. So black gets some activity, but at the main time, he's isolating his pawn structure. His king definitely will rely on activity, yeah, because black will try to castle on the king side as quickly as possible and highlight that, wait a second, yes, I might have a weak structure, but I have dynamic possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's in with a chance here. And one question we get actually is how big this tournament is. You all know that we've got nearly 3,000 players, but in order to accommodate 3,000 players, I think it's important for you to know just how large this premises is, the conference center here. And we've got a lovely little video which will show you just that. So let's roll the tape. Grenke Chess Festival, and we're absolutely delighted to be joined by Jan-Henrik Buttner. Jan, thanks for joining us again, the founder the inspiration and the CEO of the freestyle chess brand, or as you called it yesterday, the movement.
Yes.
What a phenomenal finale we've got going on at the moment. Tell us, how has today been? You've been in the main hall. How's the energy?
Yes, I mean, Holly and I, we came here this morning and we were doing the drawing in the morning, and we saw these thousands of people in both halls. I mean, this main hall is like the smaller hall. You know, there's another one with 2,000 people, and we were absolutely amazed. As I said from the beginning, we are so impressed with what Sven has been doing with his team over the last 30 years, building it from zero to this huge stage. And so some people from the U.S. said, yeah, let's do this also before Las Vegas. I'm like, you're joking, you can't just put it out of, it's a grassroots movement. You have a lot of volunteers, you have a lot of things that you have to put there before it can be really patent reality. So looking at this and looking at the everything that has been doing, we have been watching the commentary, and now having the final, really the final of Vincent and Magnus, where you have all these pictures of Vincent and Magnus hanging around, like this is a dream come true again. And I was just with Saga in the interview, and he said that Vincent has got himself a good position here, right? Or what is the...
Well, we're going to come on to it.
It's a complex one.
It's very complex. We'll definitely come on to it in a minute. However, I wanted to ask you, Jan-Henrik, because yesterday you said you wanted to give people watching at home, and as you know, we've got so many thousands of people watching every day, the opportunity to perhaps ask you some questions.
Yes, sure.
And we have shortlisted a few
Perfect.
that perhaps
All right.
we can do, and then have a look at the positions.
Okay, let's do that. Perfect.
So I'm going to choose perhaps some of the best ones here.
Okay.
So I guess one that's certainly interesting to me is from one of the viewers who asked, how do you plan to expand freestyle chess? How do you plan to scale freestyle chess and to make it more interesting to the general public?
Yes. This is what we are trying to do with each and every event in the future. So first of all, we are concentrating still on our core product, which means we have these grand slams, as we call them, which basically have the same look and feel, like all the players have the different color codes and so on. So this is like our main event. So we're going to do like 4, maximum 5, 6 events a year like that, because they are first of all very expensive, very long, but we are trying to optimize that in certain ways. So for example, optimizing these main events is what we are doing from Paris to Las Vegas. We are shortening the time from 8 to 5 days by shortening the time of the game. So we just decided that our time will be 30 minutes and 30 seconds instead of before 90 minutes and 30 seconds.
Right,
So that is like a huge. Decrease of time spent, so we can get the games under 2 hours, which means that we are very eligible for linear TV in the future. So this is also one element how we can expand into the general public, because that's certainly, I mean, I always look for the long-term game, or like the long-term goal. Like so I always take the question, who is watching chess tournaments today?
Correct.
Chess players, right? So who is watching Formula 1 races today, right? Formula 1 drivers, right?
No.
Yeah, so this is why everybody's laughing. It's like, okay, of course, no, everybody is watching Formula 1. And so in 20 years, maybe, who is watching chess tournaments? Well, of course, everybody, So the thing is that we want to address people who are not into chess, who are not. And so this is why we had these streams, like, Peter is doing a stream for our pro stream, and we have a community stream where the commentators are not using what I call R2D2 talk, kind of so they basically, because and I include myself, I didn't grow up with chess. I'm not, I don't have the grid in my mind. So automatically when somebody says, well, the rook on C5, we said, okay, where's C5? And then already you are somewhere else, and then you're losing, and then you feel stupid. And when you feel stupid as a customer, then you switch off. So you want to feel, empowered, and you want to know what you're doing. So they have, I think, found a very good way of commentating that. So that's the second element, right? The first element is the shortage of time. Second element is making it interesting, and making it also more about, we say, in the stream of the professionals, like with Peter, we want to know their moves, right? And the other one, we want to know their feelings, you know. So
Right.
that's basically, I think, Zverev from TV2 said that, you know, we want to know their feelings. So that's kind of going more into what is he feeling right now. This is why we have this confession booth. We have the heart rate monitor, and we are doing all the stories around the players. You know, that like what are the stories? We're kind of trying to get more the storylines also closer together. So of course there's the big storyline of the king of all kings, like Magnus. I mean, showing here like in Karlsruhe, which is like the rest of King Karl, right? So it's like Karlsruhe is and Magnus is like challenged by so many people. Like there are all these people coming up, like young people from, you know, you have other names that are even not in the picture right now, you know, coming and going, and everybody's trying to challenge it. Now it is Vincent is the man of the day, right? To try to challenge the king. And maybe, you know, sometime someone will. So that's the big storyline altogether. Then we have the giants of chess, like Hikaru, like the monster of chess, who is like has been there all the time, and now he had this big red tournament final in Paris. Of course, we have Fabiano there, the all-time rival, the whole thing. Then you have these young guys coming up, right? We have Gukesh, you know, where we basically say he's now for the fourth time in Las Vegas, he's coming and say, you know, I'm still motivated, I still want to do it, because he wants to see maybe it is his format, right? No, it isn't his format, but Gukesh with this red jacket coming there, that's also one storyline we follow. We have like the other Indians, you have Arjun and Prague, you know, the young friends together. We have the Uzbek guys, you know, we have Nodibek and Vachier-Lagrave, you know, and so this is like the idea to put these storylines and see which storylines are sticking with the general public. Yeah.
I totally agree with the storyline angle. I think it's very important. I think other sports, what they do really well is they create these personalities. People get to know a bit about how these guys actually are as people, their hobbies outside of chess, how they operate, their tendencies, their funny little quirks.
Yeah.
And I think that's really going to be big if we're going to get this. One of the questions was the timeline for bringing freestyle chess to linear TV.
Yes.
Do you have a timeline for that, or
from my point of view, as soon as possible,
as
right?
soon as possible.
So as soon as we get somebody interested, of course, we are trying to use every event and venue. For example, Las Vegas was the time when we really invited a lot of top sponsors, really big names,
Yes.
because we ultimately, I mean, we are a startup. We raised $20 million, which I think is significant that we did this in only half a year. And so this is venture capital money, and it is invested into the content, into the product, but not in terms of we are doing this like charity all the time. It has to be a profitable business eventually, and we are in a very good path. So, for example, the next event in Las Vegas will already be partly sponsored by our partner, the Wynn Hotel Group. You know,
so is it taking place at the Wynn?
Yes,
then?
yes.
Oh, what a hotel!
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, one of the best.
Yeah, it's one of the absolute best, and you know, it's a real marquee prospect for us. So we're gonna do also different things there. We're gonna have a live audience, right? We're gonna have players with noise cancelling headphones. We're gonna have party atmosphere. So we're gonna show the Grand Slam like in a total different format, and this is also how we expand. But also here, I mean, Grenke is like an incredible idea how to expand the concept of the freestyle. It doesn't mean that we own everything. We are trying to set the stage with our Grand Slams, and here we have partners doing it anyway for 30 years now, doing it in a different manner. We are helping them to do it in a different manner, and we see how this develops. And we are even thinking about taking the Grenke freestyle concept to other locations.
Well, let me interrupt you there, because one of the other questions was, do you plan to bring freestyle chess to other continents?
Well, yes. I mean, we are, and we are, of course. First of all, we are bringing it to the U.S. continent in 3 months. It's already over in 3 months, but in 2.5 months. We are bringing it to Africa, South Africa. We are seriously talking, Holly and I are on our way basically from here to Asia to talk to some interested parties that we might do an event in September in Asia.
Fantastic.
So we are trying to get these continents. So then we would have this year, we would have Europe, we would have the United States, we would have Asia, we would have Africa. And so for next year, we are already looking to expand into South America and maybe Australia. So because we want to be, besides Formula one of the only a global sport, like a global sport approach, which also makes sense because we are approaching global brands, like looking at these partners that we are talking to right now in terms of sponsoring us, because aside of like like a Win Group or another host city that giving us a lot of money for the events. We are also looking at overall sponsoring. The overall sponsoring should carry us through 2026, 2027, and thereby we are talking to global brands, similar brands. You look at Formula One, you see these companies sponsoring that. We're talking to the same people there,
Right.
and they get the concept.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, I think that's very, very exciting. Just maybe one or two more questions. Well, I will mention this. We were just talking about Asia. Ju Wenjun has just become the women's world champion. Any plans to perhaps involve her as a wild card, as now reigning women's world champion? Is it something to think about?
Well, it has been a lot of thinking in terms
Okay.
of women integrating.
Yes.
And there is something that we are going to announce. But
Oh, wow, okay.
It's something a little bit different. You know,
Right.
It's not the thing that you would expect.
Okay.
It's something different.
Okay.
But it's to be announced in the not so far distant time.
Okay, brilliant. And I guess we'll do one more question. It came up quite a lot apparently. Do you plan to bring Garry Kasparov to Las Vegas?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have invited him. Actually, honestly, invited him now for the third time.
Yeah.
And 2 times he had declined. And so we have for his birthday in Paris. He had a birthday on a certain day. I don't know which day
Yes.
it was
Yes,
in Paris.
13th of April.
Yes.
Yes, and so Holly actually made the official invitation to him on stage, and I already reserved, by the way, a black jacket for him.
Oh, there you
right?
go.
Because so I said, okay, if he comes, he will get the black jacket. I think it's cool.
He'll-
Magnus in white, Garry Kasparov in black. But still, again, for the third time, he has not responded, so
I
he
see.
might not come. But if he wants to come, he has a wild card. He is welcome.
Well, there you go. That would be something. And let me tell you, the Wynn Hotel, I've got some good memories of that. Encore nightclub, that's the place for the after party after the tournament.
Exactly. And we are talking actually to, our partners are the Wynn nightlife people. They are
Yes.
running the nightclub.
Right.
And I think there's actually even some, we'll see it, Holly and I and Torsten, we're all flying over to Las Vegas on the 12th of May.
Yes.
To prepare everything,
Yes.
look on site. And I think the nightclub is on the schedule as well. So.
Wow. These guys, what a time to be alive as a chess player. Huh? Should we quickly look at the game of the
Yes,
day?
please. Yes, I'd love
and-
to.
And
Yes.
get some perspective on what's going on. Peter,
Well, lot has changed. Yeah,
Yes.
it was a very strategic battle. It looked like it will be a slow maneuvering game, and all of a sudden, it blew up, completely changed the character of the game. We are talking now about razor sharp things. Just look at the pawn formation. Black has this isolated pawns. White has this pawn chain. However, Vincent grabbed the pawn on h4 and created a pin against the rook on h1. And the reason why now Magnus was actually thinking for a long time and came up in my mind humanly with a fantastic move, with the move g4, because he's trying to get his king to g2, protect the rook, and then set up a discovered move with the bishop. And that will put a lot of pressure on Vincent, because where do you go with that queen? You want to rely on your activity, but if you will have to fall back all the way to d8, that will also, then the e5 pawn will be weak. So I'm expecting later after the move king g2 for Vincent to go to g5, but it's such a complex position that I can't even exactly suggest the move for black. Do we give priority? We would love to solve the problem. Is a move like long castles
Wow.
in the best tradition of freestyle chess, which is kind of a completely unexpected move. Let me even put it on the board. Maybe computer will hate it, but definitely want to highlight that such moves are possible.
Yes.
All of a sudden, black's king goes all the way to the other side. The rook suddenly lines up against the white queen. It's not as crazy as the computer highlights that this is wrong. It's not obvious that this is wrong.
No.
White will probably play the move king g2, yeah, sticking with the strategy. Black queen falls back to g5. Now black is also eyeing with a timely h5, breaking white's king. This is pure madness. This
Yeah.
is not a clear advantage like the computer indicates. Yes, maybe the computer says that, wow, I have a small little move, bishop g3. No, it had the idea of bishop h4, rook h5. Humanly, a very natural one. And you see, the engine already dropped. Yeah, we just made one natural move. It's a crazy position. Vincent will take his time. Let's also look at him on camera. He's excited. He knows that this is a wide position all to play for, but strategically risky for black. Yeah, so he has to find the dynamics in the position. If he just slows down, Magnus will take over.
Yeah, this is so perfectly balanced at the moment, but it's. I mean, we finding the right moves here, as you said. Nothing is screaming out at you here as black. It's not like in other positions where you just have a kind of idea that this is the right move, this should be the right move. Even just getting the candidate moves in this position is very, very hard work. So I don't envy the job that Vincent has in this position. Jan-Henrik, I just very quickly as well, I mean, of course, you're German, and pretty much everybody here wants to see Vincent win, defeat the king, as you called it. But were Magnus to get 9 out of 9 in this tournament, we are talking about one of not just the greatest performances in the very short freestyle history, we're talking about one of the greatest performances ever in chess.
Ever in chess, exactly.
I mean, it's extraordinary in your tournament.
Yeah, I think the historic moment already has happened because he won the tournament before the last round. That's true. With a 1.5 point, advantage. I don't know whether this has ever happened. Right?
Probably that has happened before somewhere, but at the top level, very rare. At
the very top level, and so with this tournament, of course, very important. No, as I'm saying, in all tournaments, I'm always very, very, in a difficult position because I'm so close with Magnus, I'm so close with Vincent, I'm so close with all of the other players. I like them. I would like them all to win. I would all like them to qualify. So for me, it's heartbreaking on one hand, and also an enjoyment for the other. And so all I can say is that we already have. We are very happy to have Magnus. Even another trophy on his shoulder. I'm evenly happy if Vincent makes the direct qualification to Las Vegas. And so, by the way, I said also I talked to Holly earlier. We have some we wanted to explain our rule changes and everything. And if you're fine, we do another talking round. You do another talking with her, and then she can explain to you how our new rules and everything. So no, you know what? Okay, so. So that
we can figure it out. I mean,
you have some news to share with us, then we are very happy.
Yeah, do you want to do it now?
If you do it now, if it's not overboard, then
no, it's your show. You go for it.
And everybody is happy for it.
Yeah, you go for it.
Just quickly.
Huh? Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's not so long. Okay, so the thing is that all I want to say is that we're going to have the already 3 qualified for Las Vegas. I'm just talking about who's the qualified. We have qualified Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano as the top 3 in Las Vegas, in Paris. Then we have qualified Gukesh as the world champion. And we have qualified the 2 top in the world, basically taking away the 4 that have already qualified, which are Arjun and Nodebek.
Okay.
Right? So then we have qualified already Levon Aronian, because we said that the last big chess tournament before the game is the qualificant. That would be the American Cup, especially because we're in America.
Right.
Now, out of this cup, we already again have Hikaru, Fabiano qualified, so number 3 is Levon, so he's already qualified. So 7 are already qualified.
Okay.
So now the 8th player will be qualified today. Right?
Yes.
So that is kind of the interesting. So obviously Magnus won the tournament.
Yes.
Again, he's qualified.
Yes.
So it will be the second one up.
Correct.
I mean, if it's not Fabiano, so then it will be the whoever, if it's Vincent or if it's again there the great thing is like, whoever that is, like thinking about even like a Frederick Svane has a possibility to come, or like a Parham, would be also great. So there are also some great things. But in the end, talking about the games, I told you about the shortening of the format. We have the 30-30 and so on. And so we also have, like, in addition, what we learned is that with a situation from the dropout of Ali Reza and Hans Niemann, like very short term in Paris, we are planning in the future. We're going to have 14 players in the beginning. So we're gonna invite 2 reserve players right from the start, so that if something happens to any player, then we have immediate replacement, because we have to also produce. Torsten's team has to produce all of the media, the color code and so on. So we are introducing 2 more colors, as I said. We're going to have the 2 greens, the light green and the dark green, and we're introducing the black, right? So that's kind of. So we have 14 colors. And so now, as we have 7-8 today players already qualified, so we're going to have another qualification, will be the online qualifier.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our online qualification tournament. It's happening in June, and then we have 2 wildcards, which we are giving, but we give them at the very end, right? And so we
Okay.
have these. So what I'm saying is that the new format of our tournament is that we still have the round robin in the beginning, like with only 12 players, the 12 seeded players. And then we have only 3 days because we are shortening the tournament, right, from 8 to 5 days. So we're going to have 1 day of quarterfinal, 1 day of semifinal, 1 day of final. And so we're going to have on the quarterfinal day, we're going to have the 4 losers of the round robin be joined by the 2 alternate players. Those 6 players, or if it's 5 or 4, whatever, how many players that is, they are playing for 9th place in a round robin in a 10-10 format, which actually fits very well in a 30-30. We're going to have 30 minutes, 30 seconds, and then we're going to have for reducing the time of the general time, so we have 10-10. So those players, 4, 5, 6 players, will play for 9th place. Then the winner of that, the 9th place, will join on the semifinal day, the losers of the quarterfinal, the 4. Those 5 players will play for 5th place.
Got it.
And then the losers of the semifinal, 3 players will play for third place. So in the end, if you're an alternate player or if you are a very bad loser in the round robin, you can still become third. So it's like a double elimination without the possibility to go to the final, which I think is very nice.
So you've got that incentive then. You can still, even if you have a catastrophe early on, you can actually still come third in the tournament.
Exactly, especially also because the third place is so much more valuable than the 4th place, right? Because it has much more prize money. It has 40,000 more prize money.
Wow, okay.
And also it's the qualification for the next tournament, right? So this is how this is the possibility. And this is also the one I wanted to share. I mean, Holly wanted to do it, but I can do it now as well. So
that's fantastic.
Wonderful, yes.
Well, thanks for breaking that down. And I'm sure what I recommend everybody do, of course, is follow all the socials with Freestyle. Make sure you're tuned in there, because I'm sure an announcement with some sort of visual graphic showing that will also be available in the very near future. But that sounds like a wonderful format and really incentivizes people to fight every single game and every single round. So can't wait to watch that. In the meantime, I was just going to say, at the corner of my eye, I saw this position. Vincent did actually threaten checkmate in one move.
Yes,
no way.
With bishop a7.
Yes.
I actually wanted to highlight that there is this option, going for the queen f2 checkmate idea. The only problem is he's facing Magnus Carlsen. Magnus played the move e3, which I was also kind of trying to figure out. The good news for black is that after the move e3, also white structure isn't that safe anymore. This pawn on a2 was giving so much stability for white. Now it moved up. We heard Magnus yesterday saying that be careful in freestyle chess moving your central pawns forward because they are weakening too many squares. And he also had to move up. I think the picture tells it all. Magnus made a move, but he is not walking around like he used to. When he's in a very comfortable situation, he's fully focused there, because this is an extremely sharp position. One mistake can cause a total disaster.
We've got exactly what we want. We've got a 3 results position, and only time will tell what happens. But I think perhaps now will be a great moment for us to take a quick pause. Thank you, everybody, so far for joining us. Thanks, Jan
Thank you very much.
for joining
Have
us.
fun. All right.
We are going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere, because just in a few minutes we're going to see the finale of this wonderful tournament, the Freestyle Chess Tournament 2025. See you in a few minutes. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is live coverage of the final round of this year's Grenke Chess Festival of Freestyle Open, and all eyes are on Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. Board 1, the king facing maybe a young apprentice. I'm here of course with the legendary Grandmaster Peter Lecko, Grandmaster Peter Lecko here. And as we saw just before the break when we were here with Jan-Henrik Buttner, the CEO and founder of Freestyle Chess, things got a little out of control in this Carlsen-Keimer game. Peter, any developments? No, we've had no moves since we went to break, but any further thoughts on what's going on in this wild position?
Well, it's completely out of control. I'm also trying to think of an alternative for black. What are the candidate moves? Yeah, you highlighted as well that it's such a crazy position. So difficult to navigate that you have to find the move. I basically, exactly for this reason, prefer the white side at the moment because white has just played the move e3, and that was an obvious move. And Vincent has to make a very tough decision. Yeah, how does he navigate? For example, in my mind, if I think about a player whom I would like to present this position from the black side, it's Max Odlu. I think that Parham would be the perfect player to play this position with black. I know that Vincent is a big strategist. This isn't the typical strategical position. Yeah, this every single rule of the game of chess, strategically speaking, has been broken. Yeah, that's why it's such a crazy chaotic position. And Vincent is trying to find his way just very quickly because we haven't seen what happened. And I think many people are wondering that it was a slow position after knight f4, b5. Magnus played the move f3, hinting at going e4. Yes. And then Vincent said, you know what, if I go knight b6, Magnus gets e4 in the first break in the position. I don't want to let this happen. And he opted for the move e5, after which we get this crazy transformation. But my big question is, and the very first question, that the way the game progressed, I'm wondering, did actually Vincent miss the move g4? I think that the answer is yes, just as you instantly reacted to, because without g4, it makes perfect sense for black. Yeah, the spin is annoying. The king cannot really connect to the rook. There is this bishop a7 move lined up, as happened also in the game, and then suddenly g4, bishop a7, e3 creates kind of a harmony for white. We see, according to computer, nothing is happening in the sense that black has objectively nothing to worry about, but in practical terms, this is a position where you make one mistake and the computer skyrockets that you are just busted.
Absolutely. No, this is a... I think this is exactly the position that Magnus would have wanted, actually. I think he's thanking Vincent for making a real complex fight of things. Of course, he's not taking anything for granted. He understands that if he plays badly here, he can still lose. But he's got one of those positions where, as you said, I think the key thing is that it feels a lot easier to play for white than it does for black. And when you're in a completely uncharted territory, as you often are in freestyle chess, that has got huge practical value. And, irrespective of the objective valuation of the position, we can already see the bar says it's around equal. That doesn't really matter. When there's a position where you don't really know what you want to do, what you want to achieve, it's very, very tough. And this is also the sort of position where, as Peter said, there aren't any standard strategic ideas that you can apply to a position like this. It is just an unholy mess. Everything is going on here. The kings are open, the knight's in the corner, the queen's on the h-file. It's just, there's nothing you can kind of access in your mental database to say, well, I should be playing like this. You're playing on a move-by-move basis to a certain extent, because there are so many options for both sides. It's very difficult to narrow down the search. And I feel as though that actually is massively more favorable for Magnus than it is Vincent. Vincent, being a strategic player, he knows what to do in certain structures, certain systems, and when he's having to freestyle, excuse the pun, because this position is a total freestyle, I feel as though Magnus will have the upper hand. Magnus has also got, and this is very relevant, a 25-minute advantage on the clock. Now, that might not seem like much at the moment. You might say, well, Vincent's got 37 minutes. Talk to me in an hour's time when Vincent has got 17 minutes left or 12 minutes left and the position is completely bonkers. Try and work out what to do with 12 minutes with all the pressure, the eyes on you, the stage, and you're also playing against the greatest player of all time. Not easy. So for me, all of those variables mean that Magnus has actually got a fantastic chance to win this game and do, well, the impossible. Well, not impossible for him, impossible for anybody else, to win 9 out of 9 in a tournament featuring probably 20 of the top 30 in the world. It's
something like this.
Something like this, quite extraordinary. Okay, we keep an eye on it. Let's just do our bird's eye view because, as we spoke about at some length with Jan Henrik, we're very interested in seeing who is going to get that Vegas ticket. It's board 2 and board 3 especially are very, very important. If there is a decisive result there, then one of those guys is likely going to get it. Dominguez Magsudlu is,
also a very complex battle.
Very complex. It says it likes black. I'd take white here. But
you take white, yeah?
I would take white here, yeah, just because I feel as though my structure is inherently better. I feel as though if I can get some stability with my king, probably shuffle it over to g1. The queen on e7, I'm not so sure it's so great. If there's a trade on e5 and then I can play, knight f3 or rook e3, I'm gaining time. If, of course, I don't want to drop b2, I understand.
But after d, maybe I will take with the pawn.
Right.
And then get the knight to f6.
Yes.
And then castle short, castle to the king side. And I get a lot of dynamics.
I do like that.
That feels like the reason why actually black is probably doing fine and it's a complete mess. The reason I would actually prefer black if I would be able to castle quietly to the king side, yeah. But whenever I castle, I expose my king to all these h5, queen d3 ideas, and we might get checkmated on h7. Yeah, so that's why I also see many arguments for white. Just a completely chaotic position. We have it on the first board, we have it on the second. Somewhat more understandable what's going on the third board. Yeah, this is a very strategical fight. We don't need the engine's evaluation to kind of agree or to come to the conclusion that this is roughly equal. Yeah, there is only this slight disbalance that black has pushed the pawn to c5, white has the pawn on c3, and the knights d3 and b6. But apart of that, more or less everything is symmetrical. And we know that whenever black has pawns like e5, c5, then you weaken the d5 square. But the white knight is on d3, it's very far away from the d5 square, so we can't really be talking about a hole in black's position. I think it's fairly equal at the moment.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that is a pretty sane position given the rest of the positions we're seeing on the screen. Maybe ever so slightly preferable for whites is because the hole on d5 is still a hole versus there not being a hole on d4, but because the hole is so well protected at the moment by black, it's very difficult to imagine white taking advantage of that. But maybe with some clever maneuvering, some weakness down the d file for black, maybe, just maybe, Frederick is going to be able to manufacture something, but it's very, very difficult, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if Ray Robson held that position.
Yes, I also think, like, humanly speaking, this is very much kind of an equal position. Nothing to worry about. The bad news for Ray is like he's half a point behind Frederick, yeah? So if he wants something in the tournament, actually, he needs to win with black. Of course, one can also argue that being extremely solid might give you the chance, yeah? Because Frederick, in order to qualify for Las Vegas or try to create the chance of qualifying, he actually needs to win, probably. Yeah, that's the mindset he's having.
I didn't ask Jan Henrik, actually, what are we going to do about the guys that are under 21? Because, they were talking about, we're going to have a party in the Encore nightclub. Great. Well, Frederick won't be there. Some of the Indian, Gukesh, he's only 18. He can't get in. because they've got local laws. So that's actually something that they're going to have to think about when they're doing any celebration or
and
after
Vincent,
party.
if he makes it, also has the same issue.
They can all sit outside and play blitz by the pool. How about that?
They will.
They will. They will. That's
will.
exactly what they will do.
Exactly.
There's nothing that's quite like a chess party with a bit of blitz in an exotic location. But there you go. Yes.
Yeah, tremendous kind of fights in many of the boards. Look at board 4. Jordan Van Forest against Arjun Nagaisi. That's a crazy mess. White has this knight on c4, which is great, but black has the eternal knight on d5, supported by the knight on f6, bishop on g8, the slipping bishop, which gives also so much stability, that bishop on b8 as well, thanks to the pawn formation, pawn structure, f5, e4, the bishop on b1 is boxed in. I would take black, and I would think that I'm doing extremely well.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, actually, on this occasion, yes.
And what about Fabi? Look at this. What a strange kind of construction, because we talked about it that black had that vulnerable isolated e5 pawn, which was traded for white's f3 pawn. So strategically speaking, it looks like black made tremendous progress. And then if you keep in your mind, then when we last saw it, the computer was saying that actually it's some kind of an equal position. Yeah, and all of a sudden, black achieved everything that he wanted, and according to the computer, black is in a lot of trouble.
I guess the reason is because the f-file is open, and for me, probably the move bishop c5 has to be the top move, because then when you're castling with white, you are threatening some potential nasty discover check. And if you put the bishop on f7 and I castle and you castle, well, maybe I don't castle there. Maybe I've got a way to put additional pressure on. It's not clear or clean to me at all why this is so much better for white.
Yes, it's kind of, and if we are talking about castling, this is freestyle chess.
Yes.
There is also the possibility with the king from f8 to move all the way to the queen side, and then the rook from c8 goes to d8 to a desired square. This is also a special dynamic to the position.
Absolutely.
Which, of course, now that we know the engine's evaluation, we might think like, okay, it does not really matter, but imagine playing the game without knowing what's really going on. That's certainly a move that very much comes to mind.
Absolutely, yes. I think that, that one's a bit of a mystery to me, I must say. Okay, and on the other boards, we will keep an eye on them, but of course, none of them are as critical as those first few. So we will see if there's any, major upsets. Looks as though Serrano's got a good position, but at the moment, there's no decisive positions on the boards anywhere. I think we just have to go back to the Carlsen game, because we do have a move, Peter. Queen h6.
Yeah, queen h6. And once again, I feel like to keep the suspense, I prefer not to turn on the engine.
Yes.
Yeah, because once we turn on the engine, then a very dynamic, completely crazy, chaotic position turns into numbers. And then we will say, white has to play this. If white plays this, then white is slightly better. If black plays this, then this is already losing. It makes absolutely no point. I would like to say that the move queen h6 actually is a very deep move, and I'm loving it because the queen on h4 had this problem that after king g2, it wasn't really clear where this queen will be heading, and probably Vincent, first of all, he eyes the pawn on e3, but also protects the knight on d6. He might actually want to bring his queen to e6, and then the knight on d5 will be hanging. And if the knight on d5 is hanging, then basically white will have to protect that knight. And let's just make the so-called most natural move in the position. King g2, black goes queen e6. And all of a sudden, I already like black's position immediately, because the knight is attacked. What do you do? Do you do e4, then you block your bishop on b1? Or do you play the move bishop e4? Which is a very interesting move, but you are giving up the light square bishop, and also I might be always able to go into this structure. And how do you evaluate this? It's a wonderful move. Queen h6. Vincent spent exactly 20 minutes on this move, I believe it was very well invested, because this gives the stability that the position required. Now it will be, and there we see longest time spent, 19.43 seconds, and Magnus was spending G4 11, almost 12 minutes. Yeah, that was a key move.
Yeah.
Actually, without G4, we felt like Black would be very happy. What a game it is.
Unbelievable. Set up perfectly. Because things can still go wrong for Magnus here. You make a few inaccurate moves, your king is weak. Suddenly the black king gets castled. There's a rook on f8. All kinds of stuff can happen. The knight on d5 is loose.
And I want to highlight just the next arrows will be that how did this knight landed on d5. The other knight has not moved yet. The bishop from b1 has not moved yet. Many of the pieces from white have not moved, but this knight b3, knight c5, knight d3, knight f4, knight d5. The knight on d5 is the one coming from a1. One almost has the feeling that Magnus only moved with that one piece, a part of developing the bishop to h2. What a position.
Well, that's true. That's all he's done.
Yes.
He's only moved 2 pieces.
Yes.
Incredible.
Don't try this
Don't
at
try
home.
this at home.
Definitely not, yes.
Only try this at the Freestyle Open next year.
Come to Grenke, come to Karlsruhe to play the Grenke Chess Festival. And so many people are coming and they are so happy. And I'm already 100% sure that next year we will break another record.
It's not even a question.
Because whoever comes here will always want to come back.
Exactly.
That's it. And whoever missed out now, they want to come as well.
Absolutely.
And it's so nice to see this. Yeah, Queen h6 on the board. Magnus taking his time. Yeah, he had almost half an hour time advantage. Yeah, maybe even like exactly 30 minutes time advantage at the moment when Vincent played Queen h6. But now suddenly the pressure is on white. And did you remember what I told you? That I always like in this position whoever made a move. Yeah, that whoever made a move and it was a normal move, keeping the status quo, not blundering anything or not making a mistake, then because it's so difficult to find the right move, yeah, I feel that whoever can just relax a little bit gets the psychological advantage.
Such a hard position to play.
Exactly. Amazing stuff.
It's really just crazily difficult. Not one single move jumps out at you for either color.
Well, at least now I know that against King G2 I'm going to go Queen E6. Yeah, that's what makes me also very happy from Black's perspective. Yeah, that at least finally I'm guessing a move. Yeah, that I have a stabilizer there with Queen E6. I'm loving this Queen H6 move. What a fight! I don't know how it will end, but just as Jan-Henrik Büttner said that really the passion and all these things, that how much Jan-Henrik cares about this tour, about the players. Yeah, for example, he is not coming from the chess world, but without any preparation, he was answering every question. He knew about every single player, everything. He is very close to them, and the players also very much respect this, because this, you feel the spirit. Yeah, you are like playing on home ground, and this is so nice to see.
Really is. I've got a move.
Wow, okay.
You ready?
Don't frighten me.
I like the move rook to c2 here.
Wow, you are becoming more and more classy. Rook c2, you are trying to get the rook.
Just put it over on d2.
To put pressure on the knight on d6, which I have just protected.
Put the knight pressure on and ask the question. And also the rook can be used as a defender laterally
on the second
rank.
Well, super move. Very interesting.
What do you think? Well, interesting, no?
Very interesting move, absolutely. Yeah, because I was so happy that I'm kind of protecting the knight, and I'm also having this idea of hitting that knight, but now this idea of hitting the knight is completely stupid, because after rook d2, you are eyeing up against my knight on d6 by protecting the knight on d5.
Yeah, and this rook has got so much potential along the second. You can imagine the rook on h1 being protected. Difficult to say exactly how, but then some bishop g3, rook ch2, and suddenly the h7 pawn with the bishop on b1. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, wow.
You know what? He's going to play it.
He could. Yeah, this is very much Magnus' style.
He's going to play it.
Rook
This is
C2.
the one time I'm saying this is the move. I'm tuned in. I'm on the same wavelength as Mr. Carlsen. Rook C2. Guaranteed. It's all right. I've made up my mind. Guaranteed.
Yes. Well, especially because I also don't really see another move, and it's also aesthetically pleasing. This move, Rook C1 to C2.
By the way, we're not using an engine. Before everybody in the chat says you're checking, we don't have no idea what the best move is here. Absolutely no idea.
But yeah, Rook C2, it's a
Logical, isn't it?
Yeah, but I told you, you just have to keep an open mind that you are not just an aggressive attacker.
Thanks.
You have this fine soul in yourself that you actually discovered here.
I did,
in our broadcast. So if you start winning all the tournaments from now on, and your rating, what is your rating right now?
24-10 or 24-20 or something.
You will be going towards 2,500. I
Let's
can
hope
guarantee,
so.
but if it really happens, then we take credit with this commentary together.
I appreciate that. Well, you will certainly.
That's how I feel.
I think you've had a big. Just listening to you, Peter, and learning has been massive. So
Knight C1 on the first day in the Arjun game. Yeah, the sensation. I will never forget it in my life. Rook C2 here in the big grand finale between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. If I would not turn on the engine, I believe that it's one of the top 3 moves.
should we do it? Should we cheat just
Well,
one time?
you can close your eyes. You will
Okay.
not see the other moves.
Okay.
Yes, and then I can. Yeah, just a second. I will be getting second move Rook C2. Second move.
I'm happy.
Okay,
Turn it
amazing.
off.
Yes, I'm turning it off.
Turn it off.
You don't know anything else.
You know the best
Second
move
line.
now, though.
Yes, I know the best move. It's so-called King G2, but King
Okay,
G2,
King
Queen
G2.
E6, and then what? Yeah.
So actually, Rook C2 is probably favorite to be played, right?
Yes, it will be played. It's so much Magnus because also he knows that. Yeah, Vincent.
No.
He plays
We
King
played
G2.
the best move.
Okay, but he played the move which basically also Vincent kind of expected.
Yes.
That's not a surprise because the move Rook C2 had the effect that after spending almost 20-something minutes on Queen H6, then suddenly you are hit with a move like Rook C2 and you have to start thinking again. The move King G2 is what Vincent expected. We are expecting him to play the move Queen E6. Honestly, I haven't even seen the next move.
Okay.
So we only knew that King G2 was something like 0-20,
Right.
which is completely ridiculous. Here on our screen it says 0-0-7.
After Queen E6, you can go Rook C2 anyway. Queen takes D5, Rook D2. Now, I don't know how good it is. It's probably risky because E3 is hanging, but you would need a follow-up. But it's you gotta have at least a little think about it.
Wow, what did you have for breakfast or lunch? Or finally had a lunch?
I
or
mean,
what
I
happened?
finally had the first bit of food. I had breakfast. I had a bit of fruit. And in that break that we just had now, I had 5 spoonfuls of spaghetti carbonara that was sitting outside. I have no idea who it belonged to. I have no idea. I've just stolen some food that's been sitting out there. It's Menno's spaghetti. Sorry, Menno. Apologies, buddy, but I had absolutely, because we don't have any food where we are.
And we don't have time or anything. Yeah, but
Okay, he goes for more classical.
Queen
Okay.
E6 played, E4 played. This is kind of logical, but I wasn't really afraid of this.
No.
I mean, the move Rook C2, Rook D2, and if Magnus comes to us, and because he already won the tournament,
Yes.
to celebrate, and then we ask him, what about Rook C2? Oh no, I missed this one. How happy I would have been playing
too.
it. That's how he will feel about it.
That'll make my day. That's for sure. But we've still got a long way. Look,
He cements the knight on D5. Yeah, that's true, but we talked about this, that suddenly the bishop on B1 is not as influential anymore. Now probably completely new rules apply to the position. For example, there is the idea of just trying to castle,
why
right?
not?
Because I never know how to highlight the castles. Yeah, that should I just? Yeah, that what is the right way?
difficult.
Okay, yeah, King G8, Rook F8. Yeah, this is the kind of idea. Bishop F7, and okay, Vincent plays Knight C7. He brings the knight. Also very logical, trying to trade off this monster knight. But somehow I felt like intuitively just Bishop F7 and going short castle and waiting for white to show his cards. But okay, Knight C7 happened. Face expressions, body language. first of all, Magnus is not walking around, yeah, like we have seen him against Rauf Mamedov. He is really focusing, working hard. One can feel that how much it would mean to him 9 out of 9, the historical 9 out of 9. And Vincent is fighting against this Magnus. Yeah, Magnus is about to make a move. He plays the move knight c2. The knight develops to c2, so the knight is heading towards the e3 square. But wait a second, for example, knight takes d5, would white, for example, try to trade the queen, so take e d5? That's already a first big question.
Probably ED. But
Because it's a tempo, right?
Yeah, it's a tempo.
Yeah, and let's just show that what we are talking about, that taking, of course, is not possible due to the pin on the d file. So this is horrible. Rook c5 is met by bishop g1, winning the house. So after knight c2, I'm kind of tempted to ignore all this capture, because once we capture again, white's bishop comes to life.
Yeah, and if you do take though, and let's say ED Queen F6, let's just put
it's a very human kind of reaction. It was also my first thought, but Magnus definitely has something in mind. Is it Queen E2? Can he play Queen E2? Bishop D5,
so.
Rook D1, tempo, and then Bishop takes D5 is a big threat. Maybe he can do this. No, according to computer, not. He can't do this. Interesting, but if not for the move Queen E2, then...
I mean, how ridiculous is it to play, well, Rook E1, Rook E8, I guess.
Because this guy is out of the game. Yeah, Rook E1 would be kind of a normal move. Yeah, putting pressure on the E5 pawn, but also this doesn't look so impressive.
No.
What is it? Actually, it's kind of tempting to play like this with black.
Absolutely.
Very tempting.
Absolutely.
What is there in this position? At all. Move like Queen D2. Is that a move?
Yes.
But it feels a little bit like an empty move, but yeah, it has a purpose of just bringing the rook to e1, putting pressure on e5, and yeah, Magnus is known for such small little moves. Let me put it, kind of, this is a move that computer likes. Setting up the idea of rook c1.
This knight on c2 might then come to...
Well, if you are able to target the c5 pawn effectively, then if that drops, then you get access to d4 square and so on. So wait a second, Vincent feels that he is in the game. It's a very complex position, but he played the move knight c7, after which it's very human and very natural to try to capture on d5,
of
right?
Course.
But on the other hand, Magnus way too quickly played the move knight c2. Yeah, which kind of invites that I'm not afraid of knight takes d5. And then I might try to think of alternatives, but what is the alternative? What about this crazy long castle move? Let me put it one more time on the board, because this move drives me crazy. I never know how to evaluate it. Well,
this is crazy.
It is a possibility.
It's absolutely possible.
Because suddenly I open up the rook, I get the king out of the way, but we don't know, of course, in long terms how safe that king will be. But
it looks okay.
It's a move. It's like a Meran kind of Slav, with total double-edged construction.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
He did play the move long castle. Well, I'm loving it, because it felt like this makes sense. It also puts the pressure on the position. It was boiling already, now it's burning.
Wow, what a position. I mean, this is just brilliant. Do you know what I like here for white, potentially? And it is only potentially. It's probably not good. I was thinking the bishop on a7 is bothering me. I really wanted to play
Maybe you want to play bishop g1,
I did, and I understand it involves a pawn sacrifice. I'm fully aware, but at least it gives my pieces just a little bit of freedom.
But okay, then probably or after bishop takes g1, you want to take on c7, or you just sacrifice the pawn?
Well, that's a good question, actually.
That's a big question. So before I play the move bishop g1, you have to tell me the consequences. I will take on g1. So
I will probably take on c7.
And king c7, queen takes g1. Yeah,
And
that
then
would be.
now I've got checks on a7.
But then I go
c4.
knight b7, queen b6, and I'm happy. Let me show this. Let me show this. I'm happy. Takes. If you
Yes.
take, I
Yes.
take.
Yes.
And when you take,
yes.
I play this move.
Yeah, and you're coming into d2 if I'm not.
And
careful.
I'm also going here, and I will try to get to c5. And suddenly I have stability.
This is a beautiful move, knight b7. This is a really nice move.
It's protecting, coordinating, and so on.
Do you know what? I'm starting to get a bit nervous for Magnus here. I can see how quickly you can go wrong as white in this position. One bad move here and the tables could turn very quickly. Very quickly. This is not an easy position for white.
Not an easy one at all. Yeah, and with knight c7 long castle, actually, yeah, look at this Parham walking around this board. Yeah, may I enter into this battle? No, man, I can pick white, I can pick black. Just give me the chance. Yeah, that's how Parham feels about this position. Wow. Yeah, it's just crazy, absolutely crazy. It's completely wild. If you are playing the game and you have no idea what the engine's evaluation is, then it's so difficult to evaluate it. You basically go on emotions. Yeah, that you feel like, okay, knight c7, long castle, and queen h6, queen e6, I did great, right? In the
Correct.
last 4 moves. Because I have stabilized. Now also the structure is not anymore clear who has the better structure, because black has a lot of activity, and there is a lot of possibility of transforming into different structures.
Correct.
Wow. But okay, let's get the bird's eye view also
Yeah,
one more,
let's do
so
it.
that we can also cover all the other boards. What are the developments? Lenny against Parham. Wow, computer really loves Parham's position. Look at this, 0.92. I don't know if over the board humanly you can understand this. It's more like probably Parham is happy with his position. If we ask him, he will say, I don't know what's the evolution, but I'm simply liking what I'm getting. This king on f1 is somehow vulnerable. There's this idea, knight d5, knight f6, knight d5, knight f4 kind of idea. Now, white's king is feeling more under pressure. We talked about it, that maybe some h5, queen lining up against h7 knight. I don't feel this danger at all. What about Frederick's game against Ray Robson? Well, I think that if white had to play this b4 kind of move, and we get this c takes b3, a takes b3, new construction on the queen side, I actually like black. It's not because it's 0.20 now, we see the minus, but just in general, I feel like black is out of any danger. Yeah, I can maybe play the move like knight d7, transferring the knight to some better square. Imagine Mickey Adams here with black. I think that he would be super happy. Lot of possibility for regroupments. What about Arjun's game? Yeah, Arjun's game.
Still doing well, isn't he? With that
Yeah, white has
center.
sacrificed the pawn,
Yeah.
in order to get rid of the dark square bishop, which was maybe even threatening to trap the queen on h6 with bishop f4. Then that was a bishop on b8. So Arjun doing extremely well. Ray Robson fighting with black, and we talked about it. If, for example, something happens, Vincent loses or he draws with Magnus, Lanier with Parham, and in a draw, then suddenly all the players who can reach to 7 points will be in the mix.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Magnus also played the move. He played the
But
move.
the move, sorry, I've just
Knight
been so
C3.
distracted by his move because I just don't understand.
Wow, what do you don't
Well,
understand?
why can't I take on e3 and then take on e4?
All right.
So there's some bishop f5 at the end.
Yeah, there is bishop f5 in the end. So knight e4, can we?
But how does it work?
Well, bishop takes e4, rook d1, then bishop f5, I have rook d2.
Correct?
That is not something. Can I take bishop e4, rook d1, rook hd1, queen sacrifice?
And that's good?
Well, it could be very tempting.
I don't know,
No, maybe then.
g6 and just...
Yeah, maybe the other. I mean, bishop f5 is not impressive. Bishop
No.
f5 is nothing. Maybe I have to play then rook cd1. It's important for the computer to keep the rook on h1. And I have some incredible coordination. Horrible bishop. Yeah, Vincent is thinking about this clearly because this is such a big question.
But you only have a rook and a knight, right?
Well, rook and the bishop.
Rook and a bishop.
And I have the pair of the bishops.
Yes.
You have this horrible king.
Yes.
You have horrible coordination. If you even have to waste a tempo on g6 and kill all the dark squares, that would hunt black even more.
Yeah, you might even have knight f5 there.
Yeah, you have so many possibilities. Yeah, g6, maybe knight f5 as a possibility. G, bishop f5. No, I'm not liking this option for Vincent.
Wow.
This is a trap.
This is a trap.
This is a big
This
trap.
is a huge trap.
This is
wow,
an incredible
what a move.
trap.
What
Knight
a move.
c3, yeah.
Wow.
Be
How
careful.
good is he? How good is he? Because, you know, the difference right there is that, okay, I'm not as involved in the game as he is, and we're looking, but I think I would struggle to have that as a candidate because I already see problems down the so I don't go that extra half move or two moves to even consider knight e3. It's not. It wasn't even. I looked at bishop g1. I looked at knight takes c7. I looked at some queen e2.
I believe that it caught Vincent also by surprise. The move knight c3, and this is what Magnus had kind of anticipated. So the move long castle did not shock him at all.
No.
He was kind of expecting that move and was ready with this knight c3 idea.
Incredible.
Because really this queen sacrifice is just looking way too good for white. Such a coordination. But otherwise, if I'm not taking this, then it kind of disturbs me that white is establishing the firm control over the d5 square,
Well,
which I was fighting for.
My concern now is if it was white's move, you would just play knight takes c7.
Yes, and then the next knight comes to d5.
And then bishop g1, and suddenly the unraveling of your position starts. So this move was arguably the most important move of the last five. This is an extremely important move. Extremely important.
Yes, and this gives white the stability that is required, and this is exactly the pressure you want to put on your opponent. With the move knight c3, Vincent's clock is ticking down to 22 minutes. I think Vincent had like 37 minutes when you mentioned this, that yes, at the moment it might sound like he still has a lot of time, but if it ticks down under 20 minutes and the position remains so complex, then you can't stay calm at all. And Vincent is getting visibly nervous, absolutely, because I think he also kind of assumed that this move is simply impossible due to, let's just show one more time, bishop takes e3, knight takes e3. Now, if black does not follow it up with knight takes e4, then it was no point in the whole operation, and now suddenly white simply takes, and after rook takes d1, recaptures back with the rook, and it's complete domination. And after g6, interesting that is knight f5 really a killer? Yeah, it is one of the main problems. Now white is threatening to invade with rook d6, and it's horrible. So Vincent has to find an alternative then to bishop takes e3, which was kind of planned, but he can only do that if he understands, and it's not easy. He doesn't have the engine. He might think like, wait a second, Magnus is trying to bluff me with knight c3. If I'm not calling his bluff, I will be strategically worse, right? This is very easy to think like this.
Yeah.
Because of the d5 square. And let's try to find another move then for Vincent. What could be a move? The knight on d6 doesn't do much anymore, but where and how can I regroup that? Knight d8 and then follow it by knight f6 is a possibility, trying to fight for the d5 square, but it feels slow.
Feels way too passive to play like that.
Yes, I don't believe that I have the time for that. Otherwise, but knight takes c7, knight d5 check is at least psychologically.
I think
big
knight
pressure.
c8 is a really tough move to play. Almost impossible.
Well, let me put it on. Is computer actually believing in this move, or?
I mean, it looks
because
like
at least it makes some sense. Knight d8. Okay, not a total disaster, but it's not a good move. All right, but what else? What other moves are possible? Because let's just highlight one more time. If black makes a passing move, bishop f7, then we are really worried of this transformation that white lands this knight on d5, king b7, then he might go bishop g1. Yeah, that was your idea, kind of eliminating that bishop. But maybe this I can live with.
Queen g1.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I should move with the knight immediately to c8, because it's not the end of the world. Yeah, if I'm not getting checkmated. Yeah, because strategically speaking, it's not a danger. It's more like you are trying to get to my king.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay, maybe bishop f7 is kind of a move, but it was also not computer's top choice. Yeah, computer was a little bit critical about the move bishop f7.
How hard is chess? How hard is freestyle chess? My word, it is not easy. You've got to think how well these guys have done to play 2 games a day.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the 9th round. 4 of them, 4 days featured double runs, and this is the last round. The players are completely exhausted and completely chaotic position. There's a discussion between Pranesh and Yuanji. What happened here?
Draw.
Draw, yeah. Basically, we can kind of read it from the body language. Yeah, nobody's really disappointed. Whoever would have lost would go home empty-handed. And there was a move by Vincent, the move queen to e8. Yet he's trying to kind of open up the bishop. He's going to do e8 square, fighting. But what is even the next move for black? Now already he's probably setting to take on e3 and on e4 maybe.
So yeah, I think the natural progression here with white is you take on c7, king takes c7.
And knight d5 check.
Correct.
Simply like this, yeah?
Yes, and you can't take on d5. I think queen takes d5 just
No,
wins.
then knight f7, I trap your queen. That's the problem. That's the trap.
Oh.
That's a lovely trap.
Oh my goodness.
The queen is trapped, but apparently according to
you can take with
evil
pawn,
you can take with, but okay, this please evaluate. Okay, I understand the 2 bishops are now
and the
opened
bishop,
up.
yeah, no.
Yeah, but okay, black has this monster knight on
But
d6. There, who knows, some bishop c5, king b6 kind of constructions. But yeah, looking promising for white.
Yes.
We should also mention a move like h5 is always hanging there, but it doesn't do too much. You can just play queen e2.
Or just go g5.
Yeah, you have many options. So interesting that after queen e8 now, how Magnus will treat the position. I think he has kind of established this knight c2 to e3.
Very fantastic move.
Was amazing, and the move had to be foreseen from a distance. Yeah, so when Magnus decided on king g2, overruled your rook c2, was actually the reason why he did that, because he have seen this knight c3 move.
So what happens if Magnus takes on c7, knight d5, and just king b7 just passes? Where is the progression there for white? Queen
Like
e2?
this, yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, no, I thought like I automatically put.
I don't
thought
know.
like
I
you
mean,
already
it looks like a
told
good
the
move
move.
to me. Queen e2.
I don't want to interfere. It's your idea. You are playing with white. You should have the right to make your own moves.
I have no idea. Is the honest answer of what to do here? Queen e2 looks normal. Queen d2 looks normal.
No, Magnus plays the move queen e2. He keeps the tension. Yeah, he keeps the tension. Actually, I'm believing in this move. Yeah, it's kind of always practically unpleasant if you are low on the clock and the opponent is not playing a 4 sequence of moves, right? Yeah, he makes a small little move which improves the position, and black seems to be under pressure.
No, this looks very, very tough for black.
Give white one more move, rook cd1. We will be talking about winning advantage. Yeah, white is also threatening to undermine the pawn structure on the queen side with a4. So black needs to find a brilliant kind of way to deal with this.
And Vincent, now exactly at that time level I mentioned half an hour ago, where suddenly you've got 18 minutes for the rest of the game and you're still in the same situation as before, where the first move just doesn't come naturally at all to you, and you know you know, if you start thinking for 3 minutes per move here, it doesn't take long to calculate that.
Yeah, he takes on d5.
Okay, knight d5. Okay, he will take back, I guess.
With a knight.
With the knight, yeah.
Yes, that would be the most natural, but
Is there any merit to taking with the pawn? Feels wrong, doesn't it, somehow?
well, intuitively yes, but on the other hand, it hinders black's development with the bishop on g8. Yes, so I think this is probably the main argument behind e5. But then you have to reckon with e5, e4, opening up the position, and it will be very difficult to evaluate that. Where does this lead? I'm pretty positive that probably white will take with a knight. And then Vincent will take this, yeah? Is he planning to go for this position? But this is a worse version that we talked about, yeah? With king on c7, I was highlighting some bishop c5, king b6 ideas. Now I don't know what to do at all. Critical situation.
There you go.
Magnus taking his time. I think now he's very happy.
Yes.
Magnus is very happy.
Yes. Should we go for our quick overview while
Yes, absolutely. Bird's eye view.
look at our bird's eye view?
Yeah, we also see now the computer is giving a 0.72 advantage for Magnus. It's looking really good. Lenny is trying to trade queens with queen a3, trying to use the momentum, yeah, that the a7 pawn is hanging, to try to liquidate. But there's also a line like takes on a3, rook a3, knight c4, with the idea of hitting the rook on a3 and knight d2 fork. And then where is this rook going?
Maybe you have to go to a4?
You have rook a4. Okay, that's at least lucky that there is this move.
Yeah.
But yeah, very shaky. And Frederick is sitting in a defense. Well, Frederick actually, if he draws, he has to root for Lanier and Parham to make a draw. And then he's in the mix. Then he's sharing second place if Vincent is not able to make some miracle. But this is now firm control for Magnus. He's up on the clock, has the better position, and practically speaking, it's very unpleasant to play black here. I think this is also one of the problems. Unless he had foreseen some great concept that he feels like I'm going to give the e5 pawn and I already know that how do I get stability. But not easy. Not easy at all.
Fabi looks like he's completely winning as well, right? If
well, according to the computer,
yeah.
If we turn off the computer and we make the move long castle, then I'm kind of wondering why is this so bad with black, yeah? Because bishop h5 have g5. Do you have the time to play bishop g6 and then threaten with bishop h4? And I don't have any way, but I can't believe that you can waste the tempo.
That's beautiful, by the way.
Yeah,
maybe you should almost bring that up. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but I have queen f6. We can, of course, bring that up, but yeah, the other games, well, the Fredericks one, Robson, there is nothing to talk about. This is fairly even. Yeah, if someone, then only black can be better, but yeah, probably black is slightly more comfortable. But still, draw is the most expected result there. And Vincent plays h5. Aha, so after knight d5, he kind of quickly played the move h5. That was his idea. And look at this, because the bishop is not opened. If white plays g5, there is maybe somewhere some idea of targeting that pawn. How exactly queen g6 runs into knight e7 check?
But you know what? Even if you target it, this is what's going to happen. He's going to go g5.
And then move the rook away and
Correct.
hide the king on h1,
That's
right?
exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he will play g5 and then rook hd1. And in the worst case scenario, if he loses that pawn, then he just goes king h1. And let's not forget,
And then a4 comes.
if a4 ever comes,
The problem with this position for Vincent is that his queen side can unravel really quickly. This construction, a5, b5, c4, is very tender. one a4 push, suddenly you blow open the entire queen side. The structure just collapses. Yes, the knight is covering c4 at the moment, but it doesn't take long to try and oust the knight from c4. And then all of a sudden, the black king is totally exposed. So
yes. Imagine how much black would pay just to put the pawn back to a6.
Oh.
Wow. It would change the life completely.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah? There would be stability. And that's why I always say that you can't push the pawns forward without thinking about the consequences.
Yeah. Hey, if you could pay to push that pawn back, imagine you're in Vincent's situation, Peter. You're playing for 40,000 here, ticket to Vegas.
20,000.
20,000 you pull?
20,000 pawn on a6.
Straight up, 20,000 pawn on a6.
From feelings. Without
Wow.
even thinking, without even calculating anything. Just the feeling. Pawn on a6, 20,000
20,000,
on
here
the
you
table.
Go
Yes.
to the bankomat, get the money out,
Just transfer
slap
the
it on
money,
the
whatever,
table. No,
yes.
just come and bring it.
Just give me the pawn to a6 and I will fight for Vegas, yeah? That's how I feel.
Do you
about
really
that.
think then the pawn on a6 is worth 20,000 euros
Yes.
in equity? Yes.
Yes,
Wow.
absolutely. Knowing the critical moment. Look
Wow.
at this, yeah, it's 60,000 first prize plus 25 Grand Slam points.
Well, that's done. So we
That's
know Magnus.
for Magnus, yes.
So
that's
we
for
know
Magnus.
we know if we win this game as Vincent, we're getting at least a share of second and third. So that would be 30. It's at least worth 35,000.
Yes.
If we come second.
Plus the ticket to Vegas, potential possibilities there. To
I mean,
win.
coming third is like 60,000 there, or I think he said, or more actually.
Yeah, well, I think third prize is $100,000.
100,000. So yeah,
Yes, because it's 200,000, 140, 100, and then 60,000 the fourth place.
right.
That's
So it's yeah, pawn on a6.
exactly.
Sounds reasonable.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Let's offer the arbiter. Where is Sven? Where is Jan Henrik? We can offer this. Maybe Magnus, he likes, all kinds of challenges. He says, okay, first give me the 20.
Yeah, give me.
Yes,
Or
I will win anyway. Yes, so, yeah, it's.
I could.
You never know.
That's an interesting concept for a chess game.
Very interesting concept.
Cool.
But then sponsors become very important. No, if some player has is backed with a sponsor,
it
then
would be
he
a very
can bully
special-
the players.
It'd be a very special event, but basically you can call it
One time a day, one time a game, right?
You can call it auction chess.
Yes.
Auction, like
Auction, yes.
auction chess. I would like to auction this move.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well,
That's
if we are going towards show business and everything,
That's
then it's interesting. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
wow.
you could do it with celebrities. I've got a great idea. Jan Henrik was. I'll tell him about it as well. Jan Henrik was talking about these NBA stars coming. What if you had a tournament where they play a move and it was like, oh, it was a big mistake. They want to take it back or play a different move, and in order to do that, that money goes to charity. So it's a way to raise money for charity.
Yes, and you can organize tournaments.
And you can organize little tournaments on it and say, oh, actually,
And there is update. Magnus says, sorry, my friend, but your
there's
pawn
a
is
pin.
not yet on a6.
yes.
It's on a5. I just keep the tension with bishop g3. Is not pushing the pawn to g5. Doesn't want to allow the complications now. With little time on the clock, yeah, Vincent has to speed up. He plays the move bishop e6. He develops the bishop. This is now basically almost a pawn sacrifice, but I would say that this is a poisoned pawn on e5. Just look at this pin along the e file. I don't think that you want to get into it. Vincent is also maybe preparing some hg, but after hg there is always rook takes h8, queen takes h8. Who knows where does this lead us? Because suddenly the queen is going a little bit too far away. But at least what I'm liking from Vincent's perspective, that it seems like he's following a plan. Yeah, so when he played the move queen e8, he spent quite some time and he kind of felt that I can take on d5, I have h5 and bishop e6. And this is very important. He might get up. Yes, exactly. He gets up. Just to look around. Yeah, he has to check out the other games, right?
Of course.
To know what is the situation. Do I have to play for a win? Should I just settle normally for what is in store? My suggestion for Vincent before the game was, I can reveal it, that just focus in your game, yeah? Because knowing that he plays against Magnus Carlsen, who is 8 out of 8, he should not be worried, he should not fear Magnus, and he should be forgetting that I need to win at all costs, because then just play your game. That's the only thing that you can do, and what happens on other boards, that's out of your control.
Totally agree. I think this might be an excellent opportunity to go for a very, very quick pause before we see out the rest of the round, because this will be it. Our last break, and we will see what happens. I expect Magnus to spend a few minutes here. So that's what we'll do. We're going to go for a very, very quick pause, and when we come back, we will see the finale of this tournament. You will be mad to go anywhere else, so we'll see you in just a jiffy.
Vincent, congratulations. You just won your game against Sergei Movsisyan to move to 5.5 out of 6. This one, it's still nice and bright, so you won it quite quickly. What happened?
Yeah, I actually was very unhappy with the starting position that we got, because I felt that it is both quite dangerous for black and also kind of difficult to get some kind of unbalance if I really need it. Because, you know, I gave away already 1.5 points, so if I want to fight for top spot, I kind of had to win that game. But yeah, I think he just made some huge errors in calculation, playing bishop c5 after b6, going back, allowing rook e8, when kind of after less than 10 moves his position was somewhere between very bad and lost. So yeah, that was kind of very unexpected, especially since the games before I had to fight very hard and didn't even manage to win. But yeah, it's a nice change.
I mean, the score is still good, but you mentioned the 3 draws, where probably in all 3 games there was room for more.
Yeah, especially the first one. Like, basically, if I make one on the move, I would just win. But after that, he played really, really well and defended nicely. But yeah, also yesterday against Rasmus, it was, you know, I felt that I kind of outplayed him in the middle game and got that edge and maybe even a winning position, and then not converting that was, of course, a pity.
You won Weissenhaus in February, then just before this you played in Paris. How does it compare to playing this giant open Swiss tournament rather than a closed round robin and knockout?
Yeah, it's completely different, of course, because basically there you're fine with draws. Here, even when playing strong players above 2600, I can't really play symmetrical. Like, if I want to fight for top spots, I will have to win most of my games also against these very strong players. So that's, of course, very tough. But on the other side, that's a very nice feeling. It's kind of similar to a Grand Swiss, I would say, but since there are like so many strong players at the top. But of course, first few rounds are way easier since there's also,
But there's so many upsets here, right? Even now, we're already at the late stages, the last third of the tournament. A lot of faces on the stage, not unfamiliar. They are, of course, very strong grandmasters, but a lot of the elite grandmasters are playing down from the stage. Do you think that freestyle leaves more space for surprises and upsets?
I'm not sure that's about freestyle, it might be more about the tournament, because simply you have these top players who...
They're not used to it?
Yeah, they're used to playing top-level chess. I also had to make that change. Yeah, like both, and if you play the rapid or the knockout matches, you can play solid. And here, when you play solid, the opponent with white might just take a nice draw and be very happy about it. So I even had the feeling that the players who are at the top, in between, they were of course very strong players, but they were not the ones playing solid chess, but also very fighting. So that again then gives also chances to win. So as usual in these tournaments, it's quite bad to be in like the upper midfield, because there are all the solid good players, but you either should really go very far forward, then you have the like very good, but also...
Welcome back, everybody. This is the final round of the Grenke Chess Classic 2025, and that was our final break. We're going to take you through right till the end now. After this segment, we're going to know. We know that Magnus Carlsen has won. Are we going to know if he's won it with 9 out of 9? Who is going to get that ticket to Vegas? Loads left to play for. I'm here, of course, with Peter Lecker, and we do have a move played since the break, which is a move that actually... I suggested seemed like a very logical move. Just the move g5.
G5, yeah, but it's a little bit surprising because you suggested it after h5 right away, and Magnus first made the move bishop g3, and after bishop e6 now he paused for quite some time and pushed the pawn to g5. To me, it might feel like he underestimated or missed this move bishop e6, because if you just think about the position, it seems like bishop e6, bishop g3 moves are more favorable for black than for white. Now, what about trying to move that king away to safety, or is now the pawn on e5 hanging? That's a very big question, because during the break I was trying to understand what happens if white just takes on e5, and then I felt like after hg, for example, rook takes h8, queen takes h8, suddenly probably Vincent's idea is like fg, queen takes, sorry, not queen takes, queen h4 simply, and there is this vulnerable pawn on g4, and there is compensation. I don't know how much, but it's a little bit out of control, so Magnus decides in Vincent's time trouble not to go for forced lines. It's a very logical kind of way, and this is the big question. If I have time to go king b7 and queen g6, I would be very happy, but is the pawn on e5 now hanging? That's a big question.
I don't know. It looks scary to take it. I would be very, very scared to take that pawn.
Let's try the move king b7. Is it
Okay,
move?
let's try it. Bishop takes e5.
Yeah, but bishop e5, yeah,
Okay,
that's...
now we need a really clever move. Yeah,
but bishop e5 is not
Compy
a
hates
move.
it. I mean,
Wow.
Compy really hates it.
Interesting, because it's not that obvious at all. Okay, computers are brutally strong in such positions, that's clear.
I think I know what it is.
Really, yeah?
I say that every time. And
Yeah,
I'm
and
always,
you scare me
always-
all the time, yeah, that, okay, what do you see what I don't see? But,
No, I'm looking at it again. It's horrible. Well, it's sort of...
well, because bishop h3 check would be there, but
Yeah.
after rook h3, queen takes e5, there is f4.
Correct.
And all of a sudden, the bishop on b5 is doing an excellent job protecting the
Correct.
e4 pawn, and that's horrible. So this is also, humanly speaking, very far from clear. Bishop takes d5, ed5,
No.
opens up the bishop. This is clearly good for white. So I don't know. But in any case now, we are dealing with the move g5. Vincent has to make a move. He has to make a decision. But in order to make a decision, you have to calculate and foresee so many things, because it's completely clear. We see that the evil bar actually says like black is now doing fine, but I would be much more happy to see a move, a good move, and then to see this evaluation.
Yeah, it's...
What is the move? That how can we touch this pawn on g5? It's not easy.
No.
Not easy. Clock is ticking down. 13.5 minutes. Magnus putting the pressure on the clock.
Well, look, while we do that, let's quickly switch over, because we do have some key games.
Yes.
It looks as though Parham is doing very, very well. So let's just get that game up on the board here. On the
okay.
main board, yes.
Yes, let's get it up.
Wow. What is this that we're seeing here? Apparently queen takes a7. I can see that it's got big red. So looks as though Lenny has made a huge blunder.
Yeah, so after queen a3, actually Parham kept the queen. Queen takes a7, he opted for knight c4, and now the move bishop d3. Lenny at 21 minutes 45 seconds. The queen is protecting back on f2, but it really feels like white's position is overloaded. I don't know, there are so many tempting options like rook a8. What do we do after rook a8? Because I really want to kick that queen away from the diagonal. There is mating threat if that bishop moves from, for example, after rook a8, queen d7, bishop e6 is game over on the spot. Maybe, yes, because rook f3, I have knight d2 check. So yeah, it basically forces the move queen c5, but somehow this kind of construction looks awful. I have also rook a5. I have millions of possibilities, and everything looks extremely dangerous without any benefit for white. Simply no benefit at all for white for all this trouble. Well, it seems like Parham will win this game. There is very serious chance. He still has 18 minutes, and this is a free initiative. Basically, we have just given up a pawn, and we have lovely center control. I don't even feel like we sacrifice the pawn. I almost look at this position, I feel like black is a pawn up, because I don't care about these pawns a2, b2. They are absolutely not relevant.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where when a computer just gives it the big old red letters that this was a huge blunder, it's probably because there is some sort of forcing way to win. But if you start to kind of, if you're not clinical in this position with black, and you let white consolidate, suddenly you are just a pawn down. So it's one of those ones where it feels as though there's probably a direct way to win with black, but if you don't find that direct way, you could just lose. So
you think so, yeah?
Well,
I feel exactly the opposite, that I'm actually not risking anything.
Really?
With this center control and this incredible dynamic.
No.
What about all the gambits? You are an aggressive player. Who, if not you, believes in black doing extremely well? Lawrence, don't break my heart.
Look, you changed me. I've become a pawn grabber.
No, I'm never grabbing a pawn if it looks bad.
Next time I'll commentate with U.S.A, and that's it. It's going to be over for me. I'll be the next Korchnoi. Take a pawn, go home, happy days. No, I mean, look, you're right. I mean, normally I would take this position with black. The problem is, I just don't see the win here somehow, and that's bothering the head out.
But okay, so after rook a8, then what do you do? Okay, I will play the move rook a8.
So let's just say I go queen, of course, queen c5, queen. Let's try queen c5.
Queen c5, rook a5. I keep chasing you.
Okay, queen b4.
Yeah, and wait a second, but if this is not checkmate, there is nothing, and according to the computer, this is not checkmate.
Because
it's
I have
unbelievable.
rook f3.
And okay, now I expose my pieces. Now the
f8
exactly.
rook is hanging.
Well, this I could give. For example, after rook b5, I don't think that bishop h7 is my problem.
Okay, queen
just out of fun. Yeah, let's just see.
Well, maybe not. Yeah.
I would be okay. I have tremendous compensation. Rook b2. What is my
rook
problem?
f3.
Rook f3, knight d2. Always I have knight d2. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to fight against the computer. Anyway, I only play rook a8, rook a5 if I think that this is winning. If not, not. Otherwise, I'm just enjoying this lovely position.
Wow, I don't feel it.
Well,
I've got such a bad feel for this as black somehow.
Really, yeah? For black?
Yeah. No, in the sense of...
Yeah, that it feels like it should be an automatic win, but if there isn't, then you think like it can turn.
Yeah, because I feel like white only needs one or two moves to consolidate, and then the compensation I don't really feel. But I've just got a really bad grasp of this position. Okay, let's see.
Parham simply takes on b2.
Now that's, of course, if that move is the...
Well, collecting back the pawn.
Why not?
Why not? And, okay, we are talking about clearly better pawn structure for black.
Now I can get on board with this because I can win the bishop, and then the bishop on f7 comes to somewhere beautiful, and f2 is weak, and a2. By the way, if I play bishop e6, rook a8, I can take on a2
here
then as well.
I can resign. No, it's very unpleasant for white, but okay, at least knight takes b2. I get some breathing time, but very unfortunately, we have to highlight this after rook f3. There's always this queen takes h4. Not only winning the pawn, but threatening checkmate on the spot with queen h1. So very, very unpleasant. But I feel like for Lanier, after d4, b5, c4 was a mistake. It's not a move that you want to play against Parham, because these crazy type of positions, things that can get out of control, they suit him perfectly. I think that Lanier's kind of style is different. He likes to have control, and he has given up control in order to maybe with this h4, rook h3 to play some extravaganza, but this is not exactly where Lanier is such a beast. Things are out of control. We also see many games. Arjun Agassi apparently is completely winning. Fabiano has a clearly big advantage there against Tabatabai. Sarana is crushing Lek Van Liam, it seems. Yeah, how many decisive games? It just shows. Yeah, let's get the bird's eye view in. Vincent has not yet made a move after g5. Yeah, it's a very tough kind of spot. He has to find and calculate tons of lines. Max Todlu has a golden chance actually to get the ticket. If he wins the game, he gets the ticket, because it's almost impossible to imagine Vincent winning this game with little time on the clock. And Frederick's position is actually he's defending. Okay, maybe not defending, it's just enough counterplay and it's solid enough. It will be a draw. I just cannot really imagine any result than a draw in that game, which means that if Parham wins, he's automatically there.
I agree.
He takes sole second place.
And do you know what? I think he's going to win.
Yeah.
I think he's going to win.
looks-
I love knight takes b2. It's a practical choice. You don't go overboard. You don't create too much risk. You win a pawn back. Your position is nice anyway. You're, more than capable of just win. And I'll be honest with you, Lenier looks tired. I looked at his face.
Well, in such position, you feel the tiredness.
He's tired.
Because I believe that, like, for example, Parham, you give this position to Lenier, he will wake up immediately because there are all the possibilities for black. There is so much dynamic, but his position is lacking coordination, lacking so many things. Yeah, there we see on board for Arjun Agaisi is basically winning because he sacrificed an exchange, but he has such a dominating position that it's very hard to imagine White surviving this. Caruana, wow, Fabiano actually.
By the way,
we see this long castle knight h4 business.
I would love to bring up the Fabiano just one position. Can we?
Yes, of
Can
course.
we do that? Because
Let's do that.
I've been looking at it while you've been talking for the past 2 minutes, and on my life, I've never seen a position. Go to Queen d4 on move 14. This position is +2 point something, and I could not give you a serious answer as to why that is. The only thing is there's Queen g4 check. I understand, but if it's not Queen g4 check, why is this position +3 points for White? I've got.
Well, look at this, because after bishop e6, which covers the queen g4 move, then the knight joins the party, knight h4. And rook h8, knight g6.
Sorry, this construction is the most bizarre construction I've ever seen.
Exactly.
You've got a queen sitting on the middle of the board to all kinds of discoveries. There's a knight on h4. You've got pieces all over the shop, and it's just winning. How? Well, it is. That's how. That's just fact.
Yeah, black is completely packed, and if
Facts
you have to
don't
play,
care about your feelings.
Exactly. If you have to play queen f6, then you destroy your pawn structure, and it will be a horrible endgame.
Oh my goodness.
Then we are not talking about some immediate knockout, but just a long-term.
No, we might be.
Well, takes bishop h4 looks very natural.
We might be just talking about a knockout here.
I mean, queen f6, gf, and bishop h4, right?
I mean, bishop h4.
Winning that rook, and that rook might be this knight on c5 is a monster.
It's just over.
Unbelievable. 16 moves, all started with c4, f6, c5, and then we see all the benefit of White's initiative. What a power performance by Fabi. Also showing his tremendous experience in freestyle. We also have to mention, I think this is fair towards all the other players also, that the top players, they are not only top players, but they are also playing this freestyle chess now for quite some time. Yeah, that was the first Weissenhaus tournament in 2024. Tremendous amount of experience. They are playing all the rapid and also the classical time control. Then 2 events now. Yeah, and Fabi and many of the top players from St. Louis bringing as well all the experience. So very tough to fight against them. It's extremely difficult. And okay,
Crazy.
here Fabi is just demonstrating his tremendous power, and he might finish on 7 out of 9. Since it's not about the ticket in Las Vegas, it will not hunt him so badly, but certainly will be very upset with his third round loss to Etienne Bacro. Yeah? Because if not for that accident, then who knows what he would have also been capable.
It's true, but of course he did lose, and that was that. But there are tour points to be won here, right?
Yeah, also tour points,
of
yes,
course.
exactly, which are very important.
Very important.
Yes, also for Vincent. So probably let's head back to Vincent after now we had this tour, because what happened? Vincent played the move rook d7, indirectly protecting against bishop takes e5. What a move this is. By the way, up till this moment, the game has almost identical accuracy level according to the computer from both sides. 92.6 for Magnus Carlsen and 93.1 for Vincent Keimer. It's just insane knowing that what a crazy complex position they are navigating. But the cost of all these precise moves is that Vincent is done already only to 5 minutes 30 seconds. He has to rely on increment in such a position against none other than Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and Magnus now going to play some moves a bit more quickly, as is Vincent. H4. I love it.
H4.
Don't be passive.
Yeah, he kind of prepared this move. Is it a good move? According to computer, not. But it was an emotional move. It meant that he doesn't know exactly what to do. Clock is ticking down and he's desperately searching for counterplay. But what is the justification after bishop takes e5? Why can't we just pick up this pawn?
I think we can. H3 check he wants. No.
Well, h3 check I don't really mind, and I'm hiding.
You put the king
Magnus
on
is
H3.
equally surprised, like, wait a second, what am I missing? The accuracy level dropped to 91.9. The computer is criticizing this move. Maybe there was some very strong move, but it's unpleasant to be black. Maybe if you have 1 hour on the clock and you have time to sort things out, but with so many things hanging in the air and this knight on d5 being so powerful, and white's king is kind of perfectly safe, yeah? It's a perfectly safe king. Very difficult to play with the time on the clock. Just almost impossible. So what about bishop takes e5? What happens after bishop takes e5? Because clearly this is the move that Vincent calculated, yet the computer hates it. And we come back to this thematic that computer always hates this bishop takes e5, which for us mortals, it isn't so easy to understand. Is there some argument for some queen h5 business? But it's so difficult to imagine. There is this pin, so it might not be so easy to protect on f4, but I just can't believe in this move.
I struggle to believe in that move.
But look at the engine, the more he thinks about it, the evil bar is going down and down. Okay, I trust Vincent in this case, but what else does white have? Because if white picks up the pawn on h4, then probably Vincent wants to take and go queen h5.
And then king g3.
That would be very human. And you think you can get away with that one, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, I doubt it.
Magnus is about to make a move. He's kind of rushing. Yeah, he still has 27 minutes. He wants to put pressure on Vincent's clock. One can feel it. Yeah, there is so many arguments to say, like, slow down, think, everything is out of control. Nobody knows what's going on. But maybe Magnus knows. Maybe that's the trick. Did he expect the move h4? Could easily be. Vincent fighting for his life. Yeah, and Magnus takes with a bishop.
Surprising.
Magnus takes with a bishop, which means that he was kind of worried of some queen h5 at the end of the line, so he wants to keep his rook alive. How is Vincent reacting to this? What a game this is. Is there somewhere some rook takes h4 sacrifice and then try to go after the g5 pawn?
I was definitely thinking about that.
But how to make it work? Because take queen g6 again, we are stepping into all kinds of knight e7s and clock is ticking down. But of course, yeah, for Vincent, very important to control the clock, but also control the position. He just can't close his eyes and play quickly and then throw the game away. And we did the tournament. A very tense situation. Magnus putting the pressure. There is also the move queen g6 threatening rook takes h4, but I'm wondering maybe then white can just retreat with the bishop to g3.
Of course, instantaneous bishop g3.
But are we sure about this, that this is so strong? Because then I take on h1, take on g5, and I don't know how clear this is. Vincent is kind of surprised. He did not expect the move bishop takes h4.
Yeah, he's surprised. I think he's I think that was a bit of a bluff h4, actually, somehow. He played it with a lot of confidence.
Well, I think the idea was that against bishop takes e5, he figured out what to do. He was not afraid, and he assumed that after h4, doesn't matter how you take, you lose the control, and I will be able to activate. And look at this, yeah, Vincent's face expression shows like, I don't understand why I can't do what I'm planning. Under 4 minutes.
He's either surprised that Magnus hasn't seen something, or he genuinely just didn't expect this reply. Either way, 3 minutes 30. That's tough. That is tough in a position like this, so much going on. I wonder if that was part of Magnus's overall strategy today. He thought, okay, I've got white, I want to get Vincent in time trouble. I wonder if that was in the back of his mind.
Definitely. But the question, Queen G6, for example, then can we
just
play the
Bishop
move?
G3.
Yeah, Bishop G3, but okay, then I take on H1.
Okay, I take.
You take with the rook.
Yes.
I take on G5, and what's my problem?
Now
Because you are losing the grip on the D5 knight.
yeah, but I'm going to go A4 there, I think.
Okay, I'm ready and willing to. Bishop takes D5, ED, Bishop E3 with idea, Bishop F4. I have this blockading knight on D6. This is a game.
Wow.
Queen D8 played. Okay, similar idea. Queen goes to D8, also eyeing the G5 pawn, like this. So threatening to sacrifice on H4 after Bishop G3. We transpose to our line. Somewhat surprising decision, this Queen D8.
According to the eval bar, it's still very much in the balance here. So, you know.
There is so much tension in the position.
It's a tough position.
Give Vincent 15 more minutes, yeah? Then we talk, but
Part
I know
of-
it's...
Part of auction chess. You don't just pay for a move, you can pay for more time.
Yes, you can decide what you pay for, yes? Wow. Extremely exciting. What a game this is.
That's actually a cool idea, by the way. That's a really cool idea. Not about being able to buy more time.
Yeah,
Imagine
if it's
that.
possible,
You could buy time mid-game.
I might return to chess because I'm
I
always
tell
in
you.
time trouble, yes. And there are many time trouble addicts who might be signing up
Yeah.
for this. Yeah.
Or you know, there are so many ways you could do it.
But
I
yeah,
think that's brilliant. Anyway,
all about the G5
All about the
square.
G5
yes,
square.
all about the G5 square, yes. And we have 28,000 people watching live. Wow. Thank you very much. This is what we love. And we see Magnus's face. He is also thinking like, wow, this is completely crazy. What on earth is happening here? How do I get control? G5 pawn. It's all about the G5 pawn. Magnus wants to keep on pressing Vincent on the clock, but he might need to slow down.
what a tough position. Were we going to get anything less on the last day, the last round? It was never going to be a walk in the park for either of these players. Two great players. One representing the... Magnus is not hardly the old... what generation is Magnus? He's the in-between generation.
The classical guard, right?
Yeah,
Because
maybe he's the last generation of the classical guard.
could easily be.
He's the last
Yes.
generation of the
Yes.
classical guard. There we can see Magnus with all of his sponsors. Magnus, I know how to tell the modern guard from the classical guard, and we spoke about this. Magnus knows what a fax machine is, and Magnus knows what a rotary phone is, where you have to put your finger in the number and dial it round.
Dial it, yes.
Magnus also grew up with dial-up internet, and he used to go do. So Magnus, for me, is still part of the classical crowd. All of these other Vincent's never used a phone where he's had to actually turn the dial. Vincent he'd look at it, he wouldn't know what it does. It probably thinks, it's something that workers use to clock in or something. He wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, but he's thinking about, I want to get to that G5 pawn. Yeah, rook takes H4, queen G5 is a big threat. Now, it would be very thematic for white just to fall back with the bishop, as we discussed before. But I was not afraid of this position. I felt like there is tremendous amount of dynamics. Probably it's a dynamic equality. And if it would be good, Magnus would have already played it. Yeah, so Magnus also feels like I have to find a special kind of solution. The heart rate of Vincent and myself, I can, it's very emotional, because for Magnus, okay, he's on 8 out of 8. He has won the tournament already. Yeah, he wants to write history. He's fighting to write history. And Vincent is fighting for his life. It's not only about the ticket to Las Vegas, but the gap between the ticket to Las Vegas or what happens to him if he loses this game.
Huge,
Then
isn't
he will not maybe make it into the top 10 in the tournament.
We're talking about a potential $200,000 chess game.
Could easily be.
That's what we're looking at equity-wise.
Could easily be. But there is also the catch that Vincent is standing on the second position in the Grand Slam.
Yes.
So,
Oh,
Grand
there's
Slam
that as
Tour.
well.
So,
It's a $500,000 game.
who knows? Yes.
It could be.
Who knows? But okay, let's try to calm down. Yeah, Vincent is very excited. He has chances. And the good news for him is that by Magnus taking his time, which is probably a clever idea to try to navigate, but it also gives Vincent the time to calculate lines. And if Magnus cannot come up with some surprise, a very unpleasant surprise which Vincent has not foreseen, then these extra minutes will be very beneficial.
But what a luxury Magnus has now, just having that 15-minute advantage or so. That is so crucial in a position like this where you do need to invest a bit more time.
Well, in the meantime, we see that Max Sodlu has a -2 advantage, yes? So it goes in the direction that Parham, if he wins that game, he will be a very big favorite to get the ticket to Vegas.
Yeah.
We have seen the Fredericks Van Robson game is very drawish. Knowing that two great players are playing against each other, it would surprise me really big time if something else than draw happens in that game.
Arjun won.
Arjun won, yes. Okay, this is no surprise. Yeah, he was crushing through. And all eyes on Magnus. Yeah, then this is the game of the tournament, because who knows? There are chances for Vincent. Yeah, it's Magnus wants to win at all cost, wants to finish on 9 out of 9. Position is wild. Let me highlight also the two kings position. Very shaky. Very shaky. At the moment, of course, if Vincent can get a queen g5 check in against White's king on g2, then of course White's king is more vulnerable, but he will always hide behind that dark square bishop. Somehow. How can we try to protect the pawn? There is a move like queen d2, but it steps into a pin, and one gets the impression that this is some very strange construction. Even somewhere some rook takes h4, rook takes h4, knight f5 tactic.
Yes.
You have to watch out for, because ef5, rook takes d5, and all of a sudden you are pinned. It's completely crazy.
Queen d2 is wrong.
Yeah, it feels wrong.
I'm pretty sure he's going to settle for bishop g3, and then there's going to be a trade, and it's after that trade he needs to find like a really good move. But you're right, I'm not loving it. No, he's a bit nervous now, actually.
Yeah,
Do we have the heart rate monitor for this round?
Probably not. I guess we would have seen it already.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. He was too late. Okay. Because I think we will see his heart rate the highest it's been all tournament right now. That would be my guess.
All at stake, and the clock situation, the position. He has this beautifully cemented knight on d5. That's what he relies on. Otherwise, his bishop on b1 is kind of buried. But the idea is that you have to get access to White's king, and Vincent has done some incredible job with h5, h4, and this queen d8 idea, hidden idea that Magnus probably had foreseen, but he hoped that Vincent will not find with so little time on his clock.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And meanwhile, I maybe understand that after the move queen g6 instead of queen d8, there was the move f4 maybe. And after e takes f4, knight f4, suddenly the queen is in fork, and otherwise White is threatening things. So that's why Vincent probably had to find this incredible move, queen e8 to d8, a small little move, but with a very powerful idea.
What a game. I mean, the quality of the game so far has been tremendous. I mean, truly top class.
At the end of the tournament, when everybody feels like, okay, I'm already dying, I have no energy left, but always the players find some reserves. Yeah, deep down there is always something. after this tournament, after this game, you can have some rest. Well, actually, not all the players. Bundesliga is coming up. The final,
really?
The
Yeah.
final weekend is coming up
Right.
already from Friday. So whoever plays there will not have much time to
Oh,
recover.
actually, so that means a lot of players will be staying in Germany for the next
Probably.
week rather than going home, right?
So yeah, Queen D8 on the... What a move.
What great move.
Yes, and Magnus
Fantastic move.
wants to put the pressure. He wants to press Vincent on the clock, but he has to slow down. Vincent said, stop. Don't push me. Don't push me, mister, because I'm creating my threats with rook takes h4, queen takes g5.
What about the move Queen E1?
Trying to protect like this, yeah?
And put the
bishop.
queen on G3. I know it's a bit strange, but
Well, Jadoub. Yes, sometimes a hair comes or something comes. Yeah, you want to remove it as quickly as possible. Well, Queen E1 is a smart move. I got carried away with all the emotions and I missed it. Queen E1, a very quiet little move, defending the bishop on H4 and basically indirectly protecting the pawn on G5 and keeping an eye on the D5 knight. Lovely.
do you like it?
I like it. Well, I don't like it because I'm hoping for Vincent, but yeah, this Queen E1 feels like a very unpleasant move, especially if we are talking about time trouble. Hopefully Vincent anticipates the move Queen E1 and he has a good answer ready.
Because I'm just struggling to see other moves. If not Bishop G3, we need to deal with a threat. Rook takes H4 is a winning move. We can't move the king. We can't move the rook to G1. I think it's really only Bishop G3 or Queen E1. I think they are the only two legitimate moves here. I like Queen E1.
Yeah, what a game.
Somehow.
Yeah, but wait a second, there are some crazy tactics
Yes, there
as
are.
well. But yeah, I wanted to highlight, yeah, that some rook takes H4, queen takes H4 after Queen E1. Yeah, so Queen E1, rook takes H4, Queen takes H4, bishop takes D5, rook takes D5, knight F5. There is this jump, hitting the queen, threatening knight E3 check. But you can take EF5, rook takes D5, and I'm threatening rook D2 check, but I'm also opening up the E4 square for the bishop.
It's not really even a threat because I park the king on H3.
Yes, yes. I'm
like,
not loving it. I just wanted to highlight
Yes.
that there are all kinds of crazy ideas in the position. And Magnus is about to make a move, and he somehow, it seemed to me like he wants to make a small little move. It could easily be Queen E1.
Well, if it's not Queen E1, what else would it be?
Yes, look at his hand is somehow leaning towards a small little quiet move. According to the computer, this is 0-0, yeah? So
Yeah.
there is compensation, there is tremendous compensation, but how to follow it up? Yeah, on the board, bravo. Queen E1, on the board, breaking my heart. This Queen E1 is a great stabilizer, and I hope that
chat says that I'm qualified now to be.
of
I
course
get,
you
I
are
get a lot
qualified.
of I get a lot of stick.
Okay,
you know, they
that's-
say I'm
that's
too
crazy.
weak. That I'm next to the great.
Those
Lego.
are crazy. No,
Don't-
they don't know you.
Thanks, Peter.
We are a fantastic team. Come on,
I agree. I think we're great.
we are a team.
So for all of you guys out there that say I'm not good, I've guessed a lot of moves today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Queen E1, what a fantastic move. And will Vincent be able to respond? Did he anticipate? He's already down to 2.5 minutes.
Tough position.
Very tough position because
Okay, I know his move.
it looked like there is enough compensation, but after Queen E1,
I
suddenly
know his move.
it's not easy. Really, yeah?
I think so.
Oof.
No, I don't know his move. It's too hard.
It's very hard.
I was going to say I hate it, but no, I can't play that move.
Yeah, Vincent is putting up such a fight, but yeah, with 2 minutes on the clock, how do you navigate this? Where is that incredible computer move, yeah? Because you have to make a brilliant move here. Absolutely amazing. Clock is ticking now, under 2 minutes now.
No, he can't concentrate.
Yeah, he's too nervous.
He's too nervous.
And this queen e1 is such a move. He definitely missed it from distance.
He just can't
Yeah,
focus
he
now.
just. Well,
You can
he's
see.
trying.
Red in the cheeks. He's trying very hard to just keep his cool. But what do you do? A minute and a half in this kind of position. No obvious moves. You want to play a move which keeps things ticking. Yeah, play king b7. You know, just do something.
Yeah, well, if you have the luxury to just give a move, but he might feel like, okay, white will stabilize further, and if I'm not using this moment, then what am I gonna do?
Wow.
Under a minute.
Vincent Keimer fans must be feeling desperate. And there's none bigger than this guy sitting to my right.
That's right. That's right.
His number one fan, let me tell you. 40 seconds in an impossible position. Is he going to do the impossible? Can it happen?
Well, he needs to, but how? How to find the follow-up?
25 seconds. Vincent Keimer, German number one, the greatest prodigy since Robert Hübner.
Down to 11 seconds.
No, impossible.
Yeah, he makes a move.
That's
He
the
plays
move I
Rook
was going to
H5.
suggest, by the way.
Yes, I also saw it, but okay, so what's next? Yeah, for example, you were threatening me with queen g3. What's after queen g3? I'm so nervous that I can't really see anything anymore. So you have to help me out.
Yeah, queen g3. Maybe he wants to go queen h8.
Yeah, but this is not right.
No, I know.
I don't believe in it. Then already maybe I don't know. It's not right.
But what to do?
Well, according to computer, he actually played a good move.
Yeah, it's a good move.
It's a good move, but what's really happening? He spent all his time. He was thinking. He was hoping to find a better move, or this was his backup option. That if I don't find a better move, I can always play rook h5. He played this move with 8 seconds on the clock, so he jumped back to 38 seconds.
Right. Some cool news, actually. Serrana got a 2-minute penalty for castling illegally. He did it wrong. So he either touched the rook first and he did it the wrong way round. And that's the first time I think this tournament we've seen a penalty for one of the top players.
Wow, and he had to, because he was also having a better position. The big question is, does he still have a better position then?
Probably not.
Yeah, who knows?
If you have to move the rook instead of the king, it's
Exactly.
probably bad. That's we'll check in on that. But of course, we've got to stay here. This is
Absolutely.
history on the line.
Rook h5 on the board. Apparently there is something after queen g3, otherwise Magnus would have blitzed it out. Now we are getting information he's winning anyway, so
right.
very lucky
Funny.
in this sense. Rook h5. Magnus's clock is also ticking under 30 minutes, but this is such a luxury. That because this is exactly what we have seen from Nyepo sometimes, that he rushes and then basically that, yeah, having a time advantage or not, it doesn't matter at all if you also blitz out your move.
Correct.
Magnus does the correct thing. He wants to control the situation. He wants to make a move and he knows that, yes, what I'm doing is the best. What happens after queen g3? Is this bishop d5, rook d5, knight f5 somewhere an idea? Is that an idea? Maybe, because with queen on g3 you are stepping into a tempo.
Yes.
But I basically want to take with the bishop first, so that after rook d5 I can play knight f5. The absolutely crazy knight f5.
But then even that, right, after ef5.
Yeah, rook d5, then I'm coming rook d2.
Queen
If you
G4.
go king h3, I will always have bishop f2, because now you are pinned
No,
on
I
the
go
h5.
queen g4.
You go queen g4. Instead of
After ef5, rook d5, queen g4, rook, queen g4 there.
rook d2, king h3, right?
Correct.
This is your kind of, but okay. This is murky. Of course, if you survive, you win. It's such a construction. But I will have rook takes h4,
Wow.
queen h8, bishop f2. I mean, it's completely out of control. Even we cannot follow, then probably our audience also. But just to highlight that there are crazy tactical motives. That's why Magnus is not rushing with the move queen g3. And if after bishop d5 you take on d5 in order to control it, then you give some other dynamics. Then that bishop suddenly can try to cause trouble on the diagonal. So be careful. Yeah, Magnus needs to be very precise.
By the way, Parham, if you want to just quickly, ever so quickly, shoot there. Parham is now completely winning, apparently. And look, Serrano did win regardless of making an illegal move.
Yeah, well, so he
Must be
actually
nice.
finished in a very good situation, very
Yeah.
good spot.
Very good.
No, I don't think that. Okay, here we see exactly the camera angle because we know that he's completely winning. I just don't think that we can leave the game.
Yeah, let's stay here. Parham is winning, so
Parham is winning. He's in a completely comfortable situation.
so that means that with
Actually, Vincent needs to win, yeah, in order to catch him and then claim some tiebreak. So Queen G3 played. The line we talked
Wow.
about, and yeah, Vincent looks at him. He
Knight F5
jumps.
immediately.
He jumps to F5 immediately. But this is wrong.
This is
I
a
saw
blunder.
like he needs to take on D5 first.
Wow.
This E takes F5, take on D5. This is not good. This is
Wow.
nothing. The nerves.
Yeah, I just couldn't.
The nerves, and Magnus is now calming himself down. Wait a second, this is lovely. This wasn't the
Okay.
move that I was afraid of.
So E takes F5. Now, do you go rook takes D5 or bishop
Yeah,
takes D5?
that's the question that I'm kind of posing. That
Oh, but this is so beautiful because, for example, after bishop takes D5, you go queen G4. You force the rook back, and then you can go bishop E4, and the queen
Yeah.
protects D1, and this is just over.
Magnus takes EF5. Vincent will take with a rook, I believe.
No. Yeah,
No, you don't think?
No, it's over. FE6.
After rook D5, FE6.
Yes.
Oof.
I think that's game.
But
Right.
then rook D1.
And then I think I can take,
Yeah, I take.
and then
Because
have got
I'm
a queen-
threatening
there is-
some checks.
there is a
Queen
queen
E2 check.
G1. But
Queen G1. Yeah.
no, okay,
everything.
after rook D1, let me just rook D1, rook D1. E7, queen E7. No, E7 you have
Yeah, he
check.
takes rook D5, exactly.
Okay.
He has to take rook D5. This is the
No.
idea. And after rook takes D5, he wants to take queen D5. Yeah, he wants to take queen D5. This is his idea.
Yes.
I don't know if it works or not. F takes E6, there is queen D2 check.
King H3.
And king H3, bishop F2, the move that I mentioned
queen
to you.
G4
That
check.
no,
Oh, no,
the
it's
pawn
not
is on
check.
E6, but you might have E7. You might have but E7,
Oh.
queen D7 check. Queen G4, rook takes
Rook
H4, winning.
Winning.
It's just complete insanity. But maybe you have bishop F5. You have bishop F5 after queen D7. Maybe. And queen takes F5, king G2, and then E8 queen. What a unbelievable. This is what maybe Vincent missed. So rook takes D5, queen takes D5, F takes E6, queen D2 check, king H3, bishop F2, hitting the queen and the bishop on H7, H4. Then E7, threatening to queen, queen D7 check, giving the brilliant check. Queen G4 loses to rook H4, but there is bishop F5,
Queen.
stunner, queen takes F5, and then king G2 back. And we might be seeing this. That would, no, Vincent captures back with the bishop, but this is just hopeless. There is even nothing to talk about. Yeah, Vincent looks up.
Rook D1.
Then there is just nothing to talk about. This is game over.
Rook D1. What's going on here?
This is equal to capitulation.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, you just can't play this position with 30 seconds on the clock. It's just impossible. With all the nerves,
Yeah.
everything on the line. Yeah, Magnus will take, let me just quickly, because now Magnus is in driver's
Yeah.
seat. So the line was some insane line that we calculated. Check, king H3, bishop F2. Complete madness because the queen is threatened, the bishop is hanging. I'm assuming the line that I was calculating, E7, queen D7, bishop F5, stunner, queen takes F5, king g2, and after bishop takes g3, e8 queen, and the rook is falling, and you are winning the game.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this was the line that hit me, and but okay, at least there is some challenge. Yeah, okay, I understand. Magnus will clearly calculate this if I'm calculating this in a couple of seconds, but after bishop d5, there is no hope.
Yeah,
There is just no hope.
Maybe
White is pawn up, has the better position, he has stabilized, nothing to look forward to.
maybe queen g4 is the move here.
Yes, okay, my heart cannot even take it anymore because
I'm
okay,
sorry.
queen d5 and then this queen d, at least I understand you go down, but there is some hope or some brilliancy, everything, but like this it's hopeless.
There's a million
It
ways.
is hopeless, yeah, and then Vincent goes home completely empty-handed with this incredible performance. Yeah, this is heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking.
Yes, it's heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking. Actually, here rook d1 is very simple, right? Rook d1, queen h8. Rook
No,
takes-
rook d1, rook h4. I mean, rook d1, rook h4. This,
Okay.
this I'm still.
Wow.
Yeah, Magnus
Queen
just
G4
stabilized.
first.
Queen
This is the
g4,
one.
exactly. This is the move.
Yeah.
The
this
move
is-
that you mentioned
Yeah.
as your first candidate. Just stabilizes, hits that rook, touches
Yeah.
the king on c8,
Yeah.
and it's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Now rook h8, rook d1, rook takes h4 again. I'm running into. But after rook h8, you can just go f6 check and take on g7 and distract the rook.
There was even this question that maybe it's a mistake for Vincent to win the first game today. Yeah, it's kind of, there was this talk that then he avoids to play Magnus, and then if he wins, he can actually collect more points than if he wins and then faces Magnus with black and loses. But okay, this is insane. You don't want to think about these things. You always want to do your best. Yeah. Bishop f7.
But this might lose.
No, okay, this loses because of there is absolutely no threat against White's king. Yeah, Magnus can, in worst case scenario, sacrifice the queen whenever he feels like. Yeah, Vincent is relying on this queen d2 check.
Maybe g6 just wins. Queen d2, king h3. Because then if you go bishop f2, I take on f7 and I make.
Yes.
Maybe g6 is just immediately the end of the road here. g6, queen d2, king h3.
So can I take on h4 after g6? I take on h4.
Okay, rook takes.
Yeah, queen d2 check.
King h3.
Yeah.
Still no checks for you.
Yeah, still no checks, and also f6
f6
check,
check is
coming.
winning. No, it's over.
It's
g6
over, yeah.
is really finito bandito.
And Magnus pushes.
And he played it.
Yes, he pushes it.
Wow.
That's
Heartbreak. It's too much. Chess is,
it's one of the most brutal things, yeah? And then when
Yeah.
people say it's who know absolutely nothing about chess, that it's not sport, okay, there's so much going on, it's just insane, yeah, what you are going through, all these games. And often in fraction of a second, you have to calculate all these incredible things that are life-changing. King h3 on the board.
yeah.
Well, what to do? Magnus one more time confirms why he is the absolute number one. Yeah, rook takes h4, queen takes h4.
Also good. Yeah, the bishop comes to e4 and stabilizes
Yes.
as well. I mean, perfect harmony for the bishop e8 will be. Oh no, he'll go. Sorry, bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop
You can go
d5, bishop
h8,
e4. You can also pick. Yeah, but okay, basically bishop e4 is the clinical, no? Just to give absolutely no chances. And yeah, Vincent is also looking. He knows that that's it. This is over. This is just over. And one more time, Magnus also knows it's over, but he's not rushing. This is exactly how you have to react in such situations. Who knows, maybe somewhere something is happening. You have to calculate first before going. But intuitively, bishop e4 just wins the game.
Just beautiful, isn't it?
It's on the board. Total domination. And White's king hides on the light squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a fight Vincent was providing here against Magnus, but yeah, clock simply ticked out, and Magnus controlled the clock better. That proved to be the key.
I think resigns is not far away, actually. That's my impression.
Yeah, but out of frustration, Vincent will some more moves. He will not resign. I can imagine old school guys resigning here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, because when we feel like, okay, there is no chance, we know exactly we are in this situation because our opponent also played brilliantly, so why should we expect him to suddenly collapse?
Yeah,
Bishop takes e4. Yeah, Vincent wants to give the queen h6 check after queen takes e4. Of course, queen takes e4 happens.
And then he's going to return with the queen.
Yeah, queen h6 check, queen h4, queen e3.
And then queen g4, and that will be...
Then
or
queen
you can
h6 back.
Sorry, let me just be precise. Yeah, queen h6 check. Well, he will block with the queen. I'm just trying to think, if he goes to h8, takes on g7, after king
Yeah,
s-
you are calculating this queen h4, queen e3
Yeah,
sequence of moves, yeah.
and after king a6,
But wait a second, he can also play king g2.
and if queen d2?
No,
No.
yeah, but I think so, because yeah, he moved toward, and then king g3. And if queen g5, queen g4, if queen f2, then king
That's
h3, and
beautiful.
he just hides.
Yeah, just important not to do after queen d2 to go to f1. That would be the shocker of all shockers.
Yes. But of course,
He's going to go to g3 and hide on h3, yeah.
yes, queen d2, king g3.
And if queen g5 check, you go queen g4. And if you go queen f2 check, king h3.
Yeah.
Okay, he
So
goes
queen g5 check,
Queen g4 will
queen
be
g4, queen d2
D2
check,
check.
king g3, and
Yeah.
queen f2 check, you hide on h3,
yeah.
and that's it. And if black gives bishop f2 check, you
Yeah.
also go to h3,
Yeah.
and queen h6 check, king g2, and there are no
Hey,
more checks.
It's
and
beautiful,
you are
actually.
setting, yeah, maybe
you're
actually
threatening
there
F6
wasn't
check,
even
yeah.
any other
Yeah, yeah.
escape route, yeah, but
Yeah,
Magnus had foreseen this
yeah.
to Vincent's frustration.
That's absolutely brutal. That is absolutely brutal.
What a game it was.
Wow, I mean,
Incredible. What a heroic effort Vincent
Yeah.
was also putting into this game. Queen d2 check, king to g3.
yeah.
That was
The
the
key
whole
move, king
point
to g3, yeah.
of the maneuver.
I think Vincent will play maybe bishop e3. No, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, right?
Doesn't matter. Because actually bishop f4 check does nothing, king h3.
Yeah, it's just
Everything is protected
everything
and
is-
already f6 check is also coming.
even if it's not check, even if you move the king, you go f6 to then push g7. Now, my hope is that we are able to get Magnus back in here. I'm not going to promise that because I don't know, but we're going to work on that to try and make that happen. Would be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
We are witnessing history right now.
And it seems like Robson will make a draw against Frederick Swanne, which means then Parham Maksodlu. Well, wait a second. Is Lenier Dominguez fighting back? I suddenly only see -1.
Could be.
Knowing that he was in a much worse situation, this is crazy. We of course stick to this game
Yeah.
because this was such a fantastic game, and Vincent deserves all the credit for fighting so hard. He was so close, but yeah, clock situation against Magnus. There is so much challenge to survive the opening, survive the middle game. survived the clock situation. Yeah, king c7 played. Nothing really. It does not really change anything.
He'll go f6. There's no need to do anything else. Just f6 is clean enough.
Yeah, everything is protected, so yeah, Magnus can just go forward.
And Vincent could have 34 seconds, 34 minutes, 34 hours, or 34 years on his clock, and the result would still be the same. Unfortunately, sometimes things are not salvageable. Vincent's position is Kaputski.
Yeah, down to 15 seconds. It's over.
Yeah.
Well, it also just shows what an incredible result Vincent had in Weissenhaus by beating Alireza Magnus and Fabiano Caruana in one tournament. Yeah, that's but yeah, Magnus wanted his revenge and he's taking it here in Karlsruhe at the Grenke Chess Festival. Bishop f2 check, king h3. The king is hiding, the g-pawn is queening.
He's going to give the check and go back to d2.
Yeah, but there is we know that there is no.
Oh, no?
Yeah, he goes bishop c5.
Okay. Any last tricks? Any last tricks? This is where you ask yourself, any last tricks? F takes g7.
Queen h6 check.
Queen h4.
Yeah, then I take on g6.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I don't need to do. I don't
yeah,
wanna
you
do-
don't need this. Yeah.
Maybe just f7.
Yeah, but f7 does not threaten f8 queen. So at least
Okay.
Vincent is
Oh, no,
trying
no.
to cause some.
I know the move. It's f4.
Yeah, f4 is. But no, he just
Okay,
takes
well,
fg7.
probably also wins, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's just that after queen h6 there is no need to design yet. But of course it looks hopeless.
Ah, you can play king g3 here.
Yeah, you can.
You can play king g3. There's
But
no-
then queen takes h1.
Then queens?
Well, I don't know. No, king g2 and again the same motive. King g3 and
now
check
king
and
g3.
then king the
It's-
same.
Yeah, you do the
Exactly
same thing, and
yes.
now king g3. Yeah.
Very
yeah.
frustrating, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah, that you keep on checking, but white can simply hide with the same method.
Yeah, and at the end the bishop's going to be hanging.
And there we see a draw agreed.
Yes.
That was expected. But what a tournament from the German players.
Unbelievable.
Just unbelievable.
And you're right, we will have a look at Payam's game afterwards, but it looks as though he's blown the lead. Blown the advantage. King g3. It might be it now really might be time because there's nothing else.
Yes, this is so frustrating. Yeah, always this king h3, king g2, king g3. No matter how many
This
checks,
triangle.
how much I'm chasing
Yeah.
that king. And the pawns are already queening.
Yep, that's it. They both know it's it, and they really know it's it. That was the last big deep breath that Vincent needs to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is the congratulation and the historical performance by Magnus Carlsen. 9 out of 9.
9 out of 9. Fischer did it. Various others have done it. But isn't it fitting that he did it in Fischer Random?
Amazing.
9 out of 9 when
Yes.
Fischer did it in the US Championships in,
Yeah, in 50.
can't remember the year, we'll get confirmation of it. Magnus Carlsen wins the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a perfect 9 out of 9, winning 60,000 euros. But forget the money. It's not about that. It's about legacy. Magnus Carlsen has cemented himself, in my opinion, no questions now. Greatest player of all time. If you argue that, I don't know how you can. He's won it all. Classical, blitz, rapid, and now he's just won the strongest ever freestyle chess 960. Not just won it, he's won it with a perfect score of 9 out of 9. Tell me somebody else who comes close to this in terms of
Unbelievable
Reward.
performance. There was also an incredible reward from the public. Yeah, there was some big applause, which actually Parham complained about because he's fighting for the ticket.
Of course.
But this is simply to show the respect towards the players from the audience. Yet that what a brilliant fight this was. And Vincent Keimer loses the game, had to resign, but wins probably many, many more fans with his incredible performance.
Let's go straight to the Parham game because this is such a critical game for the tournament still. Wow. I mean, nerves, 34 seconds each. Goodness me. What's going on here? Well, it looks good for black, but...
Yeah, if there is no mate, then this is a very tricky situation. Yeah, it will be very difficult to convert.
Ah, yes.
Because there are all kinds of perpetual checks against
there?
black's king on it. If you want to go rook g5, queen h1, rook g1,
No, but
trying
you
to
don't do
checkmate,
this.
then it's perpetual, yes.
Well, or maybe you do.
Well, okay, rook g5 you have to do, but after that, yeah, queen h1,
Okay.
king e2.
Oh, wow.
And what are we
You
seeing
come round the
here?
back now. Now you come round the back. Queen a1.
Yeah, queen a1.
Queen b1. I'm not really sure which one. Maybe queen b1.
Yeah,
Or
I
queen
would like
c1
to set
actually.
up. I would like to set up somehow some checks, but with the rook on g5.
Yeah. Very, very nervous still. But with the 30 seconds, yeah, the queen does come to c1. Precisely.
But why to c1? Why not to a1? I like your move more, queen a1, just to because I was hoping for some queen d5, queen a8, queen e4 check, kind of.
But you're threatening queen c2 check. It's a winning threat.
And king f1, queen
Queen
d1.
d1 and you
Yeah,
d3.
but with queen d5, I'm protecting the pawn. With queen d5, I'm protecting the pawn. Queen d5.
This is a class move, queen d5.
Yeah, Parham very upset because something has
It's
fallen
very
down.
noisy. It's very noisy.
Yeah, there was some noise there. And it's all about the ticket. If Parham wins this game, he gets the ticket. Otherwise, they get into some crazy tie breaks. You want to avoid the crazy tie breaks.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are delighted to be joined by the history maker. You thought his legacy, is there anything else left to win? Well, we've just seen it. Magnus Carlsen has won the Freestyle Chess Open with a historic 9 out of 9. And of course, the irony, Magnus, is congratulations. I mean, come on. I mean, of course, I was just remarking to Peter, we call it also Fischer Random Chess, and Fischer himself won the US Championships with a perfect score. So in his honor and in honor of this sport, how does this rank? You've won it all, but how does this rank in terms of your greatest achievements, would you say?
No, I mean, granted, I mean, I played one 2700 plus player. That should be mentioned, but it's like, it's way up there. This is like the kind of thing that I aim for these days. I remember last year or 2 years ago, I guess, in Zagreb when I made 9 out of 9 in Blitz one day. Like, that was really special. But this is something different. Very, like, I'm not going to be able to do that again.
It's very difficult to do better than this. That's for sure. 9 out of 9. I mean, look. Your games were phenomenal. Your accuracy in general was just off the charts. But Vincent today, that was a tough game. I mean, until the very end, even after Queen D8, things were completely balanced, actually. How did you feel about the game? And could take us through your emotions. And
I mean, I had no idea. I mean, I've talked about it before, but it's what happens in the second round of the double round. Is it just becomes a bit of mayhem, really. What? This is a bad move?
Because computer was indicating knight a6 is maybe possible, but then he also didn't see the follow-up after bishop a7.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean, first of all,
the starting position. Talk to me about that. I mean, what were your feelings about the starting position?
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled. Like, I couldn't see any way to make serious headway after c4, c5, and then d4. It all seemed kind of equalish if black just plays symmetrical. So I didn't like. I hit on this plan, which I thought was quite interesting, but to be honest, I just missed a5, which I know it's a typical idea that for the bishop to escape. And because I was thinking he would play some, I don't think he should give me the bishop pair. So I was thinking that he would go for some more
Knight b6, knight d7.
Knight b6, knight d7, some more contrived way. And then I thought, I mean, he has to spend some time trading off this knight or kicking it away, so I should be fine. So we went for this position, which I thought still was reasonably playable, like a bit of a London.
Yeah, very complex.
Very, very complex. I mean, he can play normally, but after c3. But the thing is, I have like some positional threat of going a4, and then, I mean, Vincent needed to win this game, right? So he also needed a target. And after this, I think it's very hard for black to do much. Like, I'll go e3, knight f3, and it's black will go knight e4 at some point, trade. I'll take knight f4. I think it's completely fine for white. So c4, I saw that he was very happy to get this, and with good reason. Like, his position is good, but I was not too worried either. Like, I'm getting my play in with e4. My pieces are, I mean, he does have great space, but my pieces are well developed, and it's not obvious for black to find the way. This move, on the other hand, like, I saw that he was frowning a bit, so like, and then I was thinking, like, what is it? Like, maybe it has to be e5, and so I realized that this idea with queen h4 was possible, but it's kind of hard to believe in, because the white pieces are not generally that badly placed. Like, all of mine will be developed after g4.
Yeah, that was a key move, right? g4.
I don't know if the engine says something else, but I mean, to me it was what I was kind of relying on, since I'm getting a square for the king, I'm getting my knight into play, and as soon as I can develop, I should be fine.
Here both of you played brilliantly. Yeah. I mean, the next couple.
This queen h6 was really
amazing.
nice. Yeah, that was it's a really nice move, because he's in danger of getting into very serious trouble here if he doesn't play accurately. So the thing is, I was actually considering this move.
Can you imagine? Lawrence spotted it, and we were sure that this is so much your style.
Yeah, I know. The funny thing about it is it has two ideas. One is to go bishop rook d2, but another one is to go bishop g1, queen takes h1, and then rook h2.
Wow.
Which is not completely unrealistic either. But I was spending time looking at it, and I just decided to make a practical decision in the end.
Both were good, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean it's a huge shame to shut this bishop out of the game. And in the end, it only made one move, but I thought it was still reasonable.
And please tell us, when did you have already spotted against knight c7 long castle this knight c2, knight c3, being knight c3 the key move?
Yeah,
because that was a stabilizer.
Yeah, I thought I had seen that from a while ago, that I have time for that. That's why I went for king g2 and not rook c2, because I realized that even though my position maybe is not great, it's at least quite stable. And there was an interesting option here with knight takes e4. Like, I don't think it works.
Oh yeah, we saw this. Yeah.
Bishop takes e3. And now I'm thinking maybe bishop f5 is good, but I wasn't sure. But I thought knight takes e3
you can
was
just
actually,
take, yeah,
was
rook
actually
d1
good.
and rook cd1. Exactly.
Yeah, rook cd1.
And after g6?
After g6, there's knight f5.
Exactly. Yeah.
And queen f5, this specifically, I need this trick. And then knight e7.
Wow.
Knight e7, knight c6.
Sensational.
So that was so that was working for me for sure. And then yeah, bishop e6, g5. Yeah, again, I had no idea how to evaluate this position. Like, I didn't particularly think that I was worse, but I didn't think that I was better either, and I was just playing move by move.
Rook cd1, yeah, and h4.
Rook cd.
h4 felt like a bit of a bluff to me.
Yeah.
But again, it's so hard to suggest something that, and his time was already.
Yeah, his time is really low. Like, my next, I don't know if my next move is like b3 or a4 or bishop c2, but it's understandable that he felt that he had to do something. And I mean, I'm not going to start to suggest a move because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
So h4.
It seems like, practically speaking, white is doing quite well.
Bishop h4,
bishop
queen
h4
d8 was a good move.
Apparently bishop takes h4 was no good. Yeah, yeah. Queen d8 was nice, but I was really happy to find this. And yeah, so rook h5 was good. And now I was considering whether to go queen g3 or g6. And in the end, I thought maybe I'm just letting his rook have some air. Like, it could be really, really badly placed on h5 in some lines. Like, it's hanging, so let's do this
and
first.
here, couldn't he take on d5 with the bishop? Bishop takes it, because I was hoping for Vincent to create sign, rook d5, knight f5.
But I'll go ed5.
You go ed5 and bishop e3, you don't worry. Yeah, it does
bishop e3, I think just queen g4. And now
Just
I'm
like
perfectly coordinated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the bishop is brilliant.
Yeah, so like knight f5 doesn't work, but I didn't really see what he can do.
Yes.
Like,
well, if you want, we can turn on the engine for 1
yeah.
second,
Maybe
just to see that what was the move that he was.
Maybe rook cd1.
Yes,
h3
on the
instead of
3 dots. Yeah, that's it.
If you go to
Wow.
a-
Okay, queen e8 impossible.
yeah.
to h4.
queen I was thinking about queen e8, but I thought like he has no threat, so.
Yes.
But I mean, it's the only move not to lose immediately, which
And
is
what
kind
about
of
after rook cd1?
What are the moves here?
Queen d8 immediately.
Yeah,
Just-
but it does
but it
nothing
looks-
to the.
it looks
Yeah, looks
very
horrible.
unpleasant,
A
yeah.
computer doesn't understand anything. Yeah.
looks very unpleasant.
Yeah.
No, this h4, yeah, and yeah, knight f5.
Yeah.
And there was this.
This EF,
Yeah,
rook d5, rook
yeah,
d5,
yeah.
queen d5 line. Can you please show this? What was your intention after this? EF, rook d5, queen d5.
Oh, this is super nice. Yeah.
Yes,
This
please
is
show
really
it to the
nice.
audience.
Queen d2, king h3. We should turn off the engine.
Yeah.
Yes,
'cause,
turn
like,
off,
it's
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2, and now e7.
Yes.
Queen
Queen
d7. And like both moves win, but I thought the nicest was just to go back. And then bishop f5.
I saw that I find bishop f5, queen f5, king g2. Yeah,
yeah,
the same,
yeah,
yes.
it's the same.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I saw both of them. I just thought this one was prettier.
I was a little bit angry with him that he did not go, because after
Yeah,
bishop d5,
after bishop
anyway
d5,
lost,
it's
and I
just
felt like this game deserved this finale
Yeah.
actually. But yeah, it's understandable over the board. It's
now,
difficult.
now it's unfortunately there are just no chances whatsoever. For instance, rook h8, I just go f6, and I mean rook d1, rook h4, so I just take rook d1, and now
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. So yeah, in the game I just had to like sidestep.
Yeah, it
some
was
checks.
incredible
but
construction.
it's,
Yes.
yeah, it's too solid. Like I control the light squares completely, so it's and I have like sort of counterplay with f6. So
Perhaps
that was it.
Perhaps what we can do is, should we quickly kibitz on the remaining game? Because
Exactly.
it's a crucial
Yeah,
game for
sure.
the tournament.
It's all about the
we'll get your
ticket.
thoughts.
Yeah. Okay, so Robson and Svana are drawn.
Yes. But we have still this live action in Lenny against Parham.
So there could
What
be
is
like
it?
a massive tie at 7
Correct.
points. Yeah.
Yes.
What's going on here, Magnus?
And Parham was winning before.
I mean, Parham looked
Completely,
dominating from
yes.
the opening, basically.
And here, any chances? Probably not. Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just winning, to be honest. G5,
Rook
Rook C5, Rook F2, Rook F.
Rook E5.
Who's
It's just
six?
winning.
Wow. Okay. Because if Parham wins, that's it. He gets second clear.
Then that's it, yes.
Yeah.
And he'll be in Vegas. Now, talking about Vegas.
Okay, so King H3.
After G5, King
G5,
G2.
King G2.
Oh,
Oh, that is so mean.
yeah,
It's on the
G5,
board.
right?
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah,
Okay,
King
so if he
G2
plays
saves.
King G2, so what's the tiebreak situation? Will there be a playoff or?
So no, what happens is it's done on Buchholz. So we actually
That
have to
is
wait
so
for...
Which is
brutal.
ridiculous, yes.
It's so brutal.
That means, for anybody who doesn't know what that means, we have to wait for all the results of the round to finish, and then we calculate a bunch of stuff, including results of opponents and all kinds of stuff.
And King G2 on
King
the
G2
board.
on the board. Yeah,
Wow.
now it's gone. Yeah, I don't think there are any chances now.
Complete heartbreak
Yeah.
for Parham.
So we're going
It
to...
just looked like
Yeah, he
already
was
from-
completely winning then on move 20 or
Yeah,
something.
already like King Queen is Knight C4. How did he not win this?
Bishop E6, apparently a mistake.
Yeah, but also afterward he was completely winning.
Nah, it's not a real mistake. Like, yeah. I mean, this.
He's pawn
Oh
up
my
and
God,
dominating
yeah.
position, yes.
Brutal.
Yeah, that is a very, very tough break for him.
Yeah, and the regulation I think is that if the Buchholz is equal, then there is a tie break. But okay, this is...
Yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
We'll call you back for commentary, okay?
Okay, so then we have so Fabi won this. I thought.
Arjun also tying then.
Yeah, I thought Sarana. By the way, I thought he played really well from the games that I saw. But he just like, at some point, you get to certain like if you don't have like one of the top ratings, like then you just end up playing really, really tough opposition. So then it's hard to win. But yeah, there will be a million players on 7 points, and I'll wish everybody good luck with their with their tie breaks.
Before you go, just a couple more questions. What's next for you? What's on the agenda?
I've been on the road for 3 weeks now, or it will be 3 weeks tomorrow. So I'll go back home to Norway, get some rest,
Sounds
which
good.
is much needed and I think quite deserved as well after this event.
And my next question is, obviously, we're going to find out soon as well who gets the ticket for Las Vegas. My issue is this, Magnus. At the closing party, half of the field won't be able to go into any of the nightclubs. Any thoughts on what you're going to do with the likes of, some of the Indian prodigies? You're going to have to play a bit of blitz outside by the pool or something like that.
I'm fine. I'm not much of a clubber these days, so
Everybody's growing up too fast.
We all are, yeah.
We all are. Well, look, what can we say? I think he deserves a massive round of applause for just... We've witnessed history, and I think, Jan Henrik was here also earlier. I think the future of this sport, the future of this variant is is very bright, and everybody enjoyed watching it. So can't wait to see what the future holds. But for now, you must be exhausted. We're going to let you go. Enjoy the win, and hopefully see you again very soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. We'll be on a break. We'll be right back. But there you have it. Magnus Carlsen, history maker, 9 out of 9. Welcome back, everybody. We just had Magnus Carlsen here after his historic 9 out of 9 performance. What just an unbelievable tournament, unbelievable moment for chess, for this particular variant, for everybody involved. We still do have one very important game ongoing. However, it does look as though the chances for Parham to win and secure his place for Las Vegas are thin, to say the least. In fact, the truth of the matter is, this is a draw, this position. Parham's going to try. He better not try too hard. Over-pressing and losing here would be beyond a catastrophe.
Yeah, because who knows? He played Magnus,
yes,
right? And that should help for his Buchholz.
Exactly. And just so everybody's clear, that is how the position is going to be determined. It's Buchholz. It's all to do with, I believe, the aggregate of your opponent's scores, right?
Yes.
I think that's it. So we have to wait for all the games to finish. I could be wrong. We'll get a confirmation on the tiebreak formula.
And look at that graphic. How winning Black was. Yeah, it just showed, and we have seen Magnus was also completely out of his mind that, oh no, this only had to do with the nerves. Yeah, this is just crazy. Poor Parham. It's a heartbreak for him if he doesn't win this game. It's a heartbreak, of course, for Vincent, who is in a much worse situation because he's out of this group of players tying for the second place. And Lanier, it looks like he's saving, and who knows? But he wasn't up there, so I don't know. This Buchholz stuff usually helps the players who were on the top, but we don't know. It's also a matter of luck. There is so much luck involved. King f7 on the board.
Yeah.
And Rook g5 played King f6.
And Rook g8. This is his idea. And then if Rook f3 check, you can actually lose because there's Rook f8. And then, wow, I mean, you go back and there's just nothing to be done here. Rook g6.
Also, the players are getting the 30 seconds increment, so
yeah,
this is
about as drawish as it can be in a rook ending. Lenier is not going to mess this up. He's going to play Rook g6, and soon they're going to start thinking about ending proceedings, or check is good.
Yeah, King d6, Rook g5. Yeah, you can just put the rook on g5. The king can never be activated. Then the e5 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
The players are getting new score sheets.
Parham knows.
Well, everything is written on Parham's face. Well, it would be interesting if our producers would provide us the information that, for example, prior to this round, this tiebreak 1 criteria, how did it look? Because then we would actually get some, maybe something. It's written on chess results, I think, but of course everything changes. Everything changes and everything is so close. Can we just read one more time who were the players who are tying so far on 7 points? I think it was also Yesipenko who actually lost to Vincent in the first round, but now he won against Jobava. Caruana, Yesipenko, Sarana, Arjun Agassi, Frederick Svane, Dominguez and Parham. If this ends in a draw, and Rapport versus Mamedov, whoever wins that game can also be there. So what a crazy mess.
But let's just look at Parham. He's really upset. Yeah, he just knows, and he knows. He's gutted. He's absolutely gutted.
Well, we are wishing every player luck with the tiebreak, but knowing the game what Parham played yesterday against Magnus and playing today, I believe that the chess community is kind of hoping or rooting for Parham to get lucky, right?
Oh, I'm gutted for him. I'm just gutted. He knows.
What a performance.
Gutted. Absolutely gutted for him. Okay.
Yeah.
They're laughing at each other. They know there's nothing left to do here. I think he's going to make a move and offer a draw. I think at some point you've got to end the suffering. King e6. And just any move.
Yeah, Lenny looks at the score sheet because there will be also 3-4 repetition kind of things. He doesn't, should I even calculate, but there is nothing to calculate. He knows also that black can't escape. Rook g6 check, king e7. But the typical agenda, we have been covering Max Todlu, Parham's games so closely. That's why we have it in our hearts. But if we ask the other players who reached 7, they also have their own story. Yeah, for example, there is the handshake. Incredible. Yeah, Lanier says like amazing, and Parham cannot believe. How could he have not win this position?
Incredible. Absolutely gutted for Parham. Yesterday came so close against Magnus, had chances. Today, he just needed to convert one winning position that he would convert 9 times out of 10 under normal circumstances. But the nerves failed him. And what that means is we have got an almighty mess. We don't know who has finished second and has got that ticket to Las Vegas. We need to do some calculations, but we will know soon. There are the results from round 9.
Yes, and now we see that how important it was for Arjun to win that game against Jordan. Fabiano wins a very big game, but he can kind of relax. He's in the Grand Slam in Las Vegas. Sarana winning with the black pieces and surviving that scare that we were told about, castling illegally and then had to move the rook, got 2 minutes punishment, but probably his position was so overwhelming that it did not matter. And Andrei Yesipenko against Badur Jobava, also a heartbreak to Badur Jobava. He has played a fantastic event. Just remember that crazy game yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. That was insane. What an endgame. Maybe one of the most craziest endgame we have ever witnessed.
Indeed, and we still have Rapport Mamedov going on, but...
Yeah, probably we have to check that out, because this is very important. Whoever wins that game gets also into the mix, but this is very drawish. This is a total heartbreak for both players, because they're also not making it. And then imagine suddenly one of the players would have had the best tiebreak, for example. They realize afterwards. Yeah, it's just completely crazy. King f3 played. Ralph is still trying something, but knight d5 is coming.
Knight d5, rook d4 will be played.
And then you eliminate the bishop, and you can never lose.
Just don't go into the king and pawn ending.
Yes, you just trade.
Even that's a draw. Even that's draw.
Yes, but
king
I mean,
f2.
There is a handshake after knight takes f4. There's nothing to play for. What a tournament it was.
Yeah, it was.
And who knows, actually we have to say, that if some tiebreak is equal on Buchholz, then there will be a tiebreak match. Isn't it? Can we get the confirmation? I think that's what we got. That's the information we got.
That's what Magnus said, isn't it? Yes.
Wow, so who knows?
Who knows? Now, however, and there is a big however, this is what I'm going to recommend, that everybody keep an eye out for tweets, especially from the Grenke tournament, official tournament, chess.com and other organizations, because we're going to have to do some calculations to work out exactly who goes through and whether there'll be a tie break. But for now, we are being instructed that this is us saying, well, our chance to say thank you, but also to say goodbye. First and foremost, we must congratulate Magnus Carlsen once again for an historic 9 out of 9 perfect result here in Karlsruhe. He wins 25 freestyle chess points for the tour, 60,000 euros, and etches his name even more into history, and his legacy expands beyond what was even, possible. He's managed to add something else to his CV. And when will the motivation stop? When will this guy slow down? It's just an amazing feat. If there is a playoff, we will be back. All right. So my suggestion, as I say, keep your eye out on social media, because there will be an announcement. And if there is a playoff, you better believe it, we'll be back. If we're not, then it's a huge thank you once again for everybody who's been joining us since day one. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, an honor to be alongside the great Peter Lecko. Thanks again to all of the production team, everybody behind the scenes, the local organization, or handling all the logistics, making sure the players are happy. It's been a seamlessly effortless production, and everybody I've spoken to has been over the moon and satisfied with everything here. It's been one of the highlights of the year. If you want to play, I highly recommend you look at next year's edition. It's a unique event. You get to be around the greatest players in the world and witness history, potentially. Everybody that's been here this year has witnessed history. One word, the Grenke Open. Brandon Jacobson has actually won the main event in classical chess. And there's Ian Aswath as well, might join him if he wins. So there might be a tie for the top. But for the moment, congratulations, Brandon Jacobson, for winning the Grenke Open. Peter, any last words?
Well, I would also like to thank you, Lorenz, for this wonderful coverage. I think we just enjoyed every single minute, every single game. Every round was epic. Yeah, we were really spoiled by fantastic chess. I would also like to congratulate all the players who participated in this Grenke Chess Festival. 2,996 players were here, and as you said, they witnessed history. Magnus Carlsen making 9 out of 9. My heart is kind of heartbroken for Vincent, but I'm also very happy and very proud of him. He was there on the big stage, playing on the very first board against Magnus Carlsen, the last decisive game. It was a fantastic fight. We have heard the spectators making a big standing ovation, applause, showing tribute for this incredible fight. He should be very proud of himself. He definitely gathered more and more fans with his fantastic performance. He showed one more time that in freestyle chess he's already up there, and one has to count with him in the Grand Slam. He's also fighting Magnus Carlsen with this extra 25 points, makes a giant step forward. Yeah. And also Fabiano, because Fabiano is in the mix, sharing and everything. I don't know how will be the point distribution exactly, but certainly he is closing the gap, or no, actually he's overpassing Vincent. So actually he will be the number 2 player in the overall standing after the Grenke Chess Festival. I encourage everyone to follow the whole Grand Slam. The overall standing, everything, it will be published on all the websites. We don't have yet the final graphics, clearly. The tournament is still in progress. It's an amazing tour. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for our audience watching it, being with us in this fantastic tournament. And we hope, like Jan-Henrik Büttner revealed, there is already incredible interest from other continents to organize tournaments like this, what we have just witnessed. We can't wait for that to continue. A big thank you from my side for everyone.
All right, well, that is us probably done. If there is a tie on the Buchholz, it means we will be back for the tie break to see who gets through and wins that ticket for Vegas. But if not, once again, thanks so much for joining us. There's plenty more chess to come, though. You'd be mad to miss out. What an event. What a result. Magnus Carlsen, is there any doubt now? The greatest of all time. We'll see you again soon.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?